Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Sister T. Welcome. Have a good day. Fox is not out there. I've already checked. No surprises. Fox ain't gonna be there. Up, man. Yeah, and go fill it up. Yeah. I'm done. Yeah, yeah. Get off of me! What the fuck? Interesting. Simon's drinking the water. He watched her drink the water out of the bottle. Like, that's what I was doing. She makes me let her have some water out of the bottle. She drinks it out of the bottle, like for a while. And he watched her that time, and now he comes in and starts drinking. He's drinking a lot, man. Wait, Simon. Boy. Oh, he's got a hairball or something, it sounds like. Good boy. No, he threw up a bunch of food this morning. I woke up to him scratching on everything around it to try to cover it up. For like an hour, he kept trying to cover it up. 4:30 to 5:30. Hey. Hey, buddy. You want to come here? Come here. Put this light off. I really miss Tux, man. Didn't realize how much I would miss him. I miss seeing him when I opened the back door. I miss hearing his meow to tell me good morning, to tell me good evening. Oh, he would meow right when I opened the door. He'd always meow and give me a big long stretch. I opened it this morning though, and I noticed that my neighbor is heating his car up right next to where Tux slept, and it reeked of exhaust fumes in my backyard. So I really hope he found a better place to sleep where he didn't have to deal with that. Stay warmer. And also smelled a lot of skunk spray this morning. I don't know if it was probably from the skunks living under my place. It was stout. They sprayed something. I'm getting desperate to get Tux here. I got 4 different bowls out. We got Fancy Feast pate next to the water on the left. We got just a little bit of the Ziwi mixed with a lot of Hydrocare next to that on the left, far left in the bowl. It's just the last can out of the last open case that I have. I got 2 more full cases of that stuff that none of the cats will eat. I don't even know what to fucking do with it. I don't want to sell it because I'm like, what if this shit's bad? I mean, I don't even know, dude. And then the one next to the right is Simon's food, not leftover. It's fresh. It was just in the refrigerator. Half a can of the Duck Purina Pro Sensitive Skin and Stomach. And to the right of that is Fancy Feast beef and beef liver and gravy. I have 0 cats. This is effing crazy, dude. Who the fuck is feeding these cats junk food? I wish I could be like, hey, could you just slow your roll and like Stop feeding the cats Tic Tacs for breakfast. Stop feeding the cats Friskies, please. Whoever you are, you're screwing my show up. I had a good thing going here. I don't know why I thought there would be more cats in the winter, because maybe less people would be willing to get up and go outside when it's cold and deal with it. I should have asked him. Hey, dude, I don't want to talk shit about people, but I think it might be a tweaker. So it's like, dude, I'm not fond of talking to tweakers. If he's not a tweaker, he's extremely hyperactive. I don't know. It's a. Well, maybe it's only like 4 cats, 5 cats. I don't know. They seem to love him though, dude, because I think he can actually get Crossback into a cage, he said. He's got a cage and he can get Crossback in it, but he doesn't know how to help her. He doesn't know who to take her to. So, dude, apparently they're taking, like, all the cats in the neighborhood are taking a liking to him, except Tux. He said Tux came by once and never came back. And Tux is my baby. None of the cats like me but Tux. And he liked me the most. He liked me so much. He wanted to live here. I don't know. I thought he was like that with everybody, man. I didn't know that he gave him the cold shoulder, even though he had food to give him. I really was special to him, I guess. I thought I was just another person that was feeding, you know? But he could have also wanted to get in here because of Sweet Pea. He might have known that Sweet Pea was a female somehow. He might have smelled her femininity on me. Female catness. I don't know. It's maybe a little bit of both. He was a intact male, I believe, on the prowl for a female, so might have been a little bit of both. She does love stretching, sticking her butt up in the air. She fell asleep inside my shirt yesterday. She hadn't done that in a while. She wants to do it right now. And she's, what are you doing? What are you doing? She's behind me. What are you doing? Doing, sweet girl? No, don't call me. She laid in the front right here like a little kangaroo yesterday. She still does that. Oh my gosh, yeah. Hopefully not under the house, man. Hopefully. Dude, none of the cats go under there anymore. Have you noticed that? The skunks have taken ownership of it, I think. Tux was the last one that would go under every now and then. Think they killed him? Did skunks kill cats? I think he's under the house dead, dude. Can skunk? I bet they can, dude. It's rare for a cat to be sprayed by a skunk. Skunk spray can be dangerous to a cat if it gets in their mouth or nose. Skunk spray can cause acute anemia in cats. It can spread distemper. Oh no. What if the skunk has babies under the house? I didn't even think about that. Fuck. Oh, skunks can and will kill kittens, though. Well, there's that. That might be what happened to the rest of of Sweet Pea's litter. That's probably what happened to the rest of the litter. She was the only survivor. It was cold. It was a cold time of year. While at the same time, there was definitely a mama skunk down there at the time because there were baby skunks. They were younger. Hmm. I wonder if she saw her siblings get eaten. That's why she's so, like, with her head on a swivel constantly. A PTSD. It's reeking out there right now of skunk spray, for sure. There's something got a little skeeted last night. I'm gonna be... I just bought an extremely pricey litter called Boxy Pro. I'm trying to see if I can get her to stop making her pee stick to the bottom of the thing, dude. It's such a pain in the butt. Getting it off of the bottom of the pan every morning. 2 40-pound bags was like $70 something, dude. I know 240. Yeah, so it's 80 pounds total. Having that stuff delivered, bro. Hopefully they're not busted open when they get here. I mean, if they are, I guess I can get a refund. Bags busted. Because I was going with this Dr. Elsie's respiratory relief, and she's definitely able to get down to the bottom and pee right on the bottom of the box. Simon rarely does that, only if his litter is really low. I can have her litter 5 inches thick, and she's still able to do it. She's a master digger. Oh no, she does a little paw all the way to the bottom. It's amazing. So now I gotta go from the $32 per 40 pounds to the $37 per 40-pound bag and try that one out. See if that'll work. And it's the one I get for Simon now because it has hardly any dust in it. The Dr. Elsie's respiratory relief is chock full of dust. And he needs it. Everything's expensive, man. You want to like taking care of your animal is expensive unless you half-ass it. Dude, cheap litter sucks. Cheap litter's full of dust. Even that respiratory relief is full of dust, more than the Boxy. It's the silica though. Over time, the silica, cats breathe it in and it collects in their lungs, and they can end up having like lung issues later on in life. The dusty or the litter. So that's why I'm also thinking about using the boxy on her, since she's in an enclosed environment with the litter. Not too late. Not too late, huh, baby girl? Come here. Here. Come here. Why don't you know come here yet? Come here. Sweet pea. Sweet pea. Come here. Come here. Sweet pea, come here. Almost a year she doesn't know how to come here. Sweet pea. Sweet pea. Sweet pea. Sweet pea. I don't even think she knows her name yet, dude. Need to change it. Hey, Miss Bungle. Oh, he wants out. You want a little bit more to eat? Come on. Come on. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Come on. Go. I love you. He's got 4 more minutes to eat. You better get on it. Oh, man. Dude, yesterday was a busy day here. I wasn't even here. Did you see that? Yesterday's stream? Oh. Oh. This was up on my other screen. I said, that's Tux on December 30th. The day before the last day. Having some dinner. I really love Tux, man. He did seem to get a little bigger over the days. So yeah, yesterday's stream had 286 views and like I don't even know how many subs. Doesn't say here, but it seems like it was like 20 subs or something. Kind of crazy. Wow, it was mostly from Browse. Oh, Director Unknown. I wonder where that is. You already want in, buddy? Director Unknown was 3.7%. Simon, no, it's my chair, bro, and I need to. Oh man, I need to put his food up now. You two, you just came in here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Okay, yeah, we'll see you in 5 minutes. Probably less than that. But the watch hours were very low, though, so that's interesting. With 270 views, only 87.9 watch hours seems kind of low. So they weren't staying long. Maybe that was probably being botted yesterday. DLive was weird too, man, because I had like three people, four people yesterday that said hi, and that's all they said was hi. Capital H, lowercase I. Fucking weird. So yeah, I don't buy it. There's some shenanigans going on over there and over here. And they probably mean well, but it's like it gives me false hope, kind of, that YouTube's finally given me a chance and recommended to randoms. It's funny how it always happens on a day I either go off on the whole stream or no, it happens when I turn my camera off after going off on the stream, doesn't it? Or I just turn the camera off because I don't want to be on camera and I'm having a bad day or something. It's like they're trying to cheer me up. But they don't realize that I started one of my channels with botting. Not this one. Not Doe Show, but Doe. I botted that channel heavily. I was a bot. Dude, I knew shit about bots before most people knew how to... knew what they even were. Most people didn't even know what they were yet. Much less how to get them for the cheap. But I was into crypto, so I knew the good sites to go to that didn't overly charge. And the bots were good. I'd had that shit up to 1,000 viewers sometimes. Kitty ears? Right. So pretty much just make everybody think I'm gay? That does seem to work for today's society. No, better yet, tranny. My gender is cat. Now that would bring the views. If all of a sudden I came out as a cat, like I am a cat, and I started like, ow. Welcome to Kitty Cam, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? Meow. Good to see you, Sister T. Check out Bravada Mike Country Kitten Cam. Alright. You need cat food. No, I can't. Stop licking my shorts, weirdo. What are you doing? I always licking my shorts in the same spot. Is that where you sit your butthole? Stop sitting your butthole on me and licking it. Weird. Ew. "5 minutes? More like 4 minutes, huh?" Oh, I beat you to it. I beat you to it. I've been doing the round. Oh, you want to come over here? Come on. Come on. You better beat her. You better beat her. Come on. She's gonna get up here any second now if you don't. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. 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 Yeah, look at that. Yeah. He actually has cats, though. I don't have the cats. Dang, look at them. They're in the freaking snow and everything. Tux must not have been that cold after all, man. These cats are hanging out in snow. Look at this. And this is what I remember, like, when I was in Vienna. In Austria, it gets cold, dude. I remember that my girlfriend's parents were taking care. They were feeding these feral cats that were outdoors outside the castle. They lived in a castle. They were the servants and like, yeah, they lived in the servants' quarters of the castle in the downstairs area. It wasn't a basement. I don't know how to explain it, but for some Viennese aristocrats. But yeah, like, and I've thought about that. Like, man, they were in the snow. It was ice outside, and they were still like just doing their cat thing. And look how comfortable these things are. So he must not have been cold out there, right? He must not have been that cold. I was kind of tripping, thinking he needed some sort of warm shelter, but these cats don't even have a heating. Oh yeah, they do. He's got electricity coming here. That might be to keep the water from freezing, though. He's got a lot of action here, dude. This is like, if I had all this action, I'd have, well, I'd have many more than 2 viewers that he has, or 3. But he also doesn't come on camera, so that's a big difference too. Is there audio though? Is there still not audio? Oh. Okay, there isn't any audio either though. Yeah, Long Beach cats don't really need a shelter, I think, probably. It looks like the heater is just to keep the water. Where does the food go? Yeah, but you're a female, right? I don't know. Am I tripping? Oh no. I hate it when this happens. There's a guy. Oh, I haven't paid enough attention. I thought I remember going through this before. Oh man. Fluffy. Oh. Well, at least Fluffy went straight in for the least favorable one of all of them. It's mostly, yep, no, she's not going to. It's Purina Hydrocare mostly. A bad Savage. I could have figured with a name like Savage and Lee, you probably kind of. It's hard to find male kitty cam viewers. Roboto Mike says hi. I'm a moderator. How'd that happen? You moderated me. Holy shit. Hey. Well, thanks, man. I moderates everybody. Once he talks to them. Hey. Thanks for time. They said, please say hi to back to Savage Lee. Well, I'll be going back in on the Hydrocare with a little bit of Ziwi in it. It's mostly just flavoring and water, I think. Well, it's got a little bit of vitamins, a little bit of protein in it. Well, she liked that stuff. Went over to the gravy. Beef and beef liver with Fancy Feast. Oh, we got a kitten on this guy's cam too now. His stream is big. Is that what I typed in to get here? I was supposed to link to it. That's the camera that's showing right now in New York. Or, wow. He's had 214 episodes. What am I at? We're right around the same amount of episodes. That's wild. He's at 214, I'm at 219. Interesting. Assuming that those are all like, that's a day. Each one of those is a day. It's 20. It's 21 degrees. How did you know that? Oh, did he? I'm looking at the wrong chat. It, it says winter. Oh yeah, 21. Weather advisory. Additional snow accumulation between 3 and 6 inches. Wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour until 1 a.m. Sunday. Damn. Uh, I thought an orb floating. That's neat. Later. Hey, Mark. Later, Fluffy. So Fluffy went in for two of them. She didn't like the middle two. Cats are interesting, man. Oh, like Mama Cat used to love that fancy piece beef. Where's she at? I think that's one of the weirdest disappearances. His mom just stopping to come by because she had been coming by for years. Tux got her to leave, I guess. And now Tux is gone, and now here I am, catless. There could be food under the tarp. Yeah, probably. Where do they sleep at, I wonder? It doesn't say in the description. No, I didn't. What the hell? Oh, that's probably a dust particle. I can't pop it out. Hold on. What do you think? Let's see what y'all think. Weird though. It's a dust particle just super close to the camera. Also another one. This is what it looked like. Oh yeah, the food is in there. Wow, man, he's got a great little shot of them. Like really, like they've taken his yard as their territory, so they just hang out back here all day. This is cool. If I had this, I'd have way more viewers for sure. Like like this is much more entertaining than my bowls for sure, man. Well, that cat looks hurt. This is, man, a cat sanctuary. Yeah, city cat's a little different, I guess. There's so many of them. Where's home now? Brr. Brr. How many times I gotta tell YouTube I'm not interested in their silly games? Mama, where are you at today, Mama? Oh, there's a pred catch. Should we watch the pred catch? Scotty Kilmore's also live. Oh, rev up your engines. Man, he's been live for almost half an hour. He's getting off. I bet he's getting off now.
It was the same oil filter when he got it back, so that says it all. Next question. Well, it says, can a bad battery cause misfiring? Well, it certainly can. Nowadays, everything in your car is run by electricity and computers. The ignition system is all run by computers.
Got another cat?
If your battery gets below a certain parameter of voltage, it won't have enough to energize everything correctly, and the car will misfire. And that's why I tell people, look, if your car's acting squirrely, first have the battery load tested. Now, If you don't trust anybody, there are companies out there like Top Don, you can find on Amazon. They sell a battery tester that's like $40. And I just tested
Hey, thanks for what you're doing out there, man. Helping out them kitties.
$90 professional tester. Right? They both gave the same exact results. So, hey, for $40, get yourself a battery tester. Test the battery first. Because if that's bad, that's ground zero. Replace the battery, voila. You might have fixed your problem right away. Because a bad battery can cause so many computers. I've seen cars that had 20 codes. All I did was replace the battery, erase the codes. The codes never came back because they were all created by low voltage coming out of the battery. Next question.
Battery's getting old. I've had it for almost 10 years. Dry cell though. Deep cycle boat battery.
David Vernon says, how do you clean a GDI intake port? Okay. The problem is with gasoline injectors,
or them. I don't know if it's a guy.
The fuel injector sprayed directly into the cylinder.
Yes, it is. It's a bravado.
On the old style ones, the gasoline is sprayed right on top of the intake valves. Gasoline's a very good cleaner. It keeps them clean.
That would make sense. Huh?
And a GDI, no. The EGR gases that come in
nowadays,
build up and make carbon on the valves. Now, if you're lucky and it isn't too bad, you could inject cleaner into the intake while the engine's running, have it sprayed in rather than, and it will clean them to some extent. It'll clean them to some extent because you're now spraying in cleaner where the only other thing that comes in is air and exhaust EGR gas that runs through. If it's really bad, unfortunately, you're screwed. You got to take the engine apart, take the intake off, and you got to sandblast the carbon off. Now, you don't use a sandblasting machine with sand. That would destroy your engine. You use a sandblasting machine and use like walnut husks, which are softer, but they're strong enough to spray off all the carbon. Some Volkswagens will have an inch of carbon on them, and it is a job.
I knew it's husk. I do. You don't use actual walnuts, okay?
Next question.
I knew that. You know, walnuts wouldn't do shit except make it more of a mess.
Cistern Charm says, what's the most reliable sports car to drive daily? Okay, hands down, it's the Mazda Miata. It's the only two-door roadster in the United States ever sold over 1 million models. They can last a really long time. I personally like the manual transmission.
They're not fast though, unless you put a 5-liter in them.
You go, the last 4 or 5 years, the automatics are made much better, and they're okay, but it's a lot more fun driving the manual transmission.
It is. You have a Miata?
Reliable.
You have one?
You just grab it and pull it back, and then pull it up. There's no motors. There's no metal shelves that have all kinds of sensors to open and close the convertible.
It's a non-turbo four-banger.
They're extremely reliable.
That's not a sports car.
Yeah. And
maybe
they don't cost
in the
$70s.
70s.
Used one. There's millions of them out there.
They handle well, yeah, because they're so light. It's a fun
Mark
little
Ortiz says, what are your thoughts
golf
on a
cart.
2.7 liter turbo
go-kart.
Chevy Silverados? I
My
wouldn't
brother,
touch one with a 10-foot pole.
Dude.
I had a customer with one. The engine blew at 64,000 miles.
My brother had a Monster Miata.
Now, you got a truck that was built for a V8 engine, and you're putting a 4-cylinder turbocharged engine in it. Yeah, it puts out horsepower on paper once it's revved up, but they don't hold up. I even read about one that blew when it had like 625 miles on it. You don't want to buy a big truck with a tiny turbocharged 4-cylinder engine. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, that's all for today. And if you want to meet me in person, I'm going to be at the Clarksville
I said it backwards.
Customs House Museum this Saturday in downtown Clarksville, Tennessee. Completely free event. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sunday. You can meet me, ask me questions, I don't know, slap me in the face if you don't like me, whatever. I'll be there. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I am on YouTube Live Saturdays at 10 o'clock in the morning Central Time because I'm back in Tennessee. And also Thursdays at 1 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time. So I'll catch you then.
My brother had a Monster Miata though, where he took a 5.0 Mustang engine and put it in there. Now that thing was stupid. It was actually stupid. because it like you couldn't even use first gear in it. What?
In other news tonight, a horrifying discovery for some homeowners in Santa Monica. They returned after having their building fumigated to find that burglars had ransacked their condos. And not only had their valuables been stolen, but the thieves also destroyed property, causing thousands of dollars in damage.
KTLA's Rachel Menitoff is live in Santa Monica with a story.
This is a fear of mine because I was gonna, like, we were gonna get this place fumigated because of termites. It was like 3-4 years ago. It never happened. But, like, I didn't want all my shit covered in fumigation powder or whatever, you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, what's gonna keep someone from breaking into my place, like, while this tent is up? All covered.
We'll see only on 5. Rachel.
Sheriff Rick, police warn people that burglars will target tented homes, knowing that they can work uninterrupted, that people are probably not home. And obviously police can't see inside. And unfortunately, that's what happened here. And residents came home to a complete mess. A pair of thieves captured on a discreet surveillance camera ransacking someone's home office inside this 10-unit complex in Santa Monica. One has a purse in hand while the other rummages through the closet. They take their time checking every briefcase and corner for something worth taking. But what tips them off to this building in particular? Perhaps it was the fact that it was tented, being fumigated for termites from December 27th to the 30th, and the culprits likely knew nobody would be home.
They broke the door and broke the frame down. That's how they entered the building.
The burglars also got into Hai Huang's upstairs unit thanks to a screwdriver and some other tools they left behind.
They entered the building in the morning of December 30th when the film stopped, right? So
they knew that still people were not back home.
Exactly.
Closets were completely ransacked. When he returned home, everything had...
How did they know it was safe to be in there breathing the air? I'm talking about retarded, dude. Like, if the tent's, like, what? Unless they have done, like, they worked in the industry before, maybe. That's possible. So you knew, like, what the times are and everything. Maybe you can look it up. But I wouldn't think it's safe until they say it's safe.
Had been thrown on the floor.
I get cancer over here or some...
At home, right?
Free shit.
And then when you went home, your home is just like turned up. They turned your home upside down. Everything. They look at every single thing. They put every single thing out of your closets.
The invasion of privacy leaves him wondering whether his beachside oasis is really as safe as he thought it was.
It changed the way I think about Santa Monica. I'm not sure it's a safe neighborhood anymore.
No, it's not. It's not, dude. When I was locked up in LA County for like 3 weeks or whatever it was, I was in there with a guy. Out of many of the guys that I met there, one of them was in there for like robbing people. And people love a war story when they're in jail, dude. Brag about the shit that they do. And this dude would intentionally go to nice areas like Santa Monica because they're not as expecting of it there. They think, hey, this is a nice area. You don't have to worry about anything, you know. Give me your money. They come out from Compton. Like in Compton, everybody's on edge. South Central, everybody's waiting. Like, oh, where's this guy walking up to me for? In Santa Monica, everybody's like, I live in a nice area. Nothing can happen to me. I paid the money for it. I deserve this life. Break yourself, fool. That's what's happening. It's been happening for decades.
Remember a very
Why would they think they're
situation
safe?
last month in Playa del Rey at Del Rey Plaza.
Silly.
The building was being tented for termites, and thieves with gas masks went in and ransacked
safe
the
in LA
place. Here
County.
in Santa Monica, Hai told me that he intentionally took all of his valuables with him beforehand, and that's exactly what police advise you do. That's the latest from Santa Monica tonight. I'm Rachel Menitoff. Sheriff Rick, back to you.
All right, Rachel, thank you.
Interestingly enough, it seems that the ghetto is you're less likely to get broken into in the ghetto because people don't expect you to have anything. Why break in? They're going to places like Brentwood, Hollywood, where the real money's at. If you get broken into in the hood, it's probably somebody you know. I feel. Oh.
Homicides in El Salvador are down a staggering 98% since 2015. A noteworthy feat for a small country once plagued by gangs and dubbed the murder capital of the world. The Central American country closed out 2024 with its lowest murder rate on record. El Salvador's president touting the nation as the safest in the entire Western Hemisphere. His tactics to get there have been praised from within the country, but some human rights groups have been critical of the crime crackdown. In 2024, there were 114 homicides recorded in El Salvador, continuing the trend of a dramatic drop in murders after recording 214 homicides in 2023. But just a few years prior, in 2015, the country saw 6,656 people murdered, making it one of the world's deadliest countries. But the murder rate 9 years later, down more than 98%, makes it one of the safest by homicide rate. El Salvador's Congress had granted President Nayib Bukele's request to issue a state of emergency back in 2022 after street gangs killed 62 people within a matter of hours. Gang initiations there often involve killing at least one citizen.
Kill the fucking fuckers.
That state of emergency
killing.
granted Bukele special powers to use the military to enforce safety laws and allowed for police to detain any suspect for up to 2 weeks without official charges being brought. The emergency order has been renewed every month since by El Salvador's Congress, Bukele's Conservative Party having the supermajority. Since the emergency order was enacted, more than 83,000 people have been arrested in an unprecedented crackdown. Some advocacy
Dude, this
groups
is the
say
prison that Nick Shirley went to. Because he interviewed these people. It looked just like this. That's wild. That kid was here. Pretty crazy.
Arrested in an unprecedented crackdown. Some advocacy groups say prison conditions violate human rights. 261 people have died in prisons in the past 2.5 years. CNN was allowed exclusive access into El Salvador's.
They don't even give these people a mattress in this place. They have to sleep on this. I've done that in jail. One night, they're trying to fuck with me, and they made me sleep on just a metal mat like this with no pillow. I didn't get much sleep, dude. I doubt they do either.
Prison that opened in 2023. It houses up to 40,000 inmates, all of whom have killed at least one person.
Yeah, it's the same place.
Suddenly, you're hit with the intense gaze of dozens locking onto you. These men described as the worst of the worst, tattooed with reminders of El Salvador's dark past.
Why can't somebody just nuke this fucking prison then? If every single one of these people have killed somebody and they're fucking proud of it, boom! That took care of that.
It's tense and uncomfortable. But here, officials say comfort isn't meant to exist.
Human Rights Watch points to prison conditions and suspended constitutional rights to a speedy or fair trial under the emergency order as violations. Another human rights group based in El Salvador says 35,000 people have been detained without justification since the emergency order.
I say anybody that puts these fucking tattoos on should be put to death, dude. In a country that's like supposedly got the highest murder rate in the world and whatnot, like, why play around with it?
The government says 8,000 people have been released due to lack of evidence. However, Salvadorans praised the president's mass crime crackdown, so much so last year residents voted Bukele in for an unprecedented second 5-year term. In El Salvador, the country doesn't allow anyone to run for a consecutive term as president, but the country's Supreme Court granted an exception.
Wow.
And Bukele's win was overwhelming, winning 83% of the popular vote. While critics of the hardline approach to Bukele's government say residents have traded in their freedoms for security, CNN reported the residents they interviewed say they have never felt so free. Thanks for watching our news update. For more stories that matter to you, check out the Straight Arrow News mobile app or visit us online at san.com. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Kara Rucker.
I'm gonna get that nail. I think that fingernail though. I need to get that nail right now. Yeah. Tried it. Oh. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Really good that time. Getting better with the nail clipping. She has some sharp ones. They're probably more, but I don't like to overwhelm her. What do we got?
New at 9, 22 people in the U.S. illegally, all with criminal histories, were arrested by ICE agents in Denver last month as part of a multi-week operation.
Fox 31's Nate Belt talking with a retired ICE agent today who says this is likely a preview of what's to come later this year. Nate?
Yeah, guys, it all happened between December 9th and 20th. ICE's Enforcement and Removal Operations Denver officers taking in 22 people from 6 different countries. They were here illegally in the United States and have pending criminal charges or previous convictions.
They need to pump them numbers way up.
John Fabricatori tells me these kinds of sweeps are exactly what ICE was designed to do.
I need 20 per day.
We may not always hear about it. This is what the men and women of ICE do every single day.
Holy shit.
From 6 to
Is that a woman?
About it. This is what the men.
Dude, okay, this is what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? All right, if you're a woman and you want to be a police officer, this is what you should look like. Actually, you need to be 6'8" and big enough to control a man if you have to. This shit right here, where we got police officers that are 5 feet. We got Secret Service police officers that are unable to holster their gun. Females that are like 5'2". Remember when Trump got shot? What was that? Like, all them Secret Service agents, if you're a woman, you should look like this. Why not? Are there not enough of these? Oh, you can't see. Wait. Oh. Pink. This one. Now you see? Now you see what I'm talking about. Look how tall this lady is.
Men and women of ICE.
That's a woman. She's taller than the dudes by like half a foot. That's what the women need to look like. Screw this DEI shit.
Even though we may not always hear about it, this is what the men and women of ICE do every single
shit,
day.
You know what I'm saying?
People from
I'd be nervous as hell. This girl
hear about it. This is what the men.
This one comes up to me. I'd be like, okay, all right. I'm probably not going to try to do much, especially if you're a dude that's this tall. Like, this is a man here, I think. He ain't going to try to push that. But a man this tall, this big, would try to push a female that's this big, for sure.
and women of ICE do every single day.
22
Like
people
this,
from 6 different...
This fucking guy shouldn't even be in there.
This is what the men...
You know what I mean? This dude's not big enough. There needs to be a size requirement to be a police officer.
and women of ICE do every single day.
22 people from 6 different countries arrested in December, all in Denver and all with criminal offenses ranging from DUIs to a pending murder charge.
They have targeted enforcement, so they will look at certain areas, they will look at cases in those areas, and then they'll target those cases so that they can take their forces and send them out and be able to safely make those arrests in the community.
Retired ICE officer John Fabricatori says operations like this are common, and that this one is likely a preview of what's to come when Donald Trump retakes office this month.
We can suppose that there will be an uptick compared to what the Biden administration has arrested over the last 4 years.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston has previously said publicly he opposes Trump's mass deportation plan, but Fabricatori believes the city will cooperate when it comes to cases like this one.
I don't think the Denver mayor is going to stand out there and keep ICE from arresting criminal aliens, but if he does, ICE isn't going to stop.
A cooperation Fabricatori says ICE would like to happen, with one of the arrested suspects having been previously released from custody on a $5,000 bond despite facing a murder charge.
ICE would rather work with local law enforcement and make these arrests at the local jail level, but if Sanctuary City is going to continue to happen in Denver County, ICE will go into the community to make those arrests.
Fabricatori says these 22 individuals are now likely to be put before an immigration judge before possibly being deported, a process he says can take some time. In studio, Nate Belt, Fox 31.
The Constitution grants citizenship to anyone born on United States soil, even if their parents are here illegally. President Trump says that's not true, and he's right.
Oh.
Here's why.
What?
Universal birthright citizenship is actually a misinterpretation of the 14th Amendment. It was ratified in 1868, shortly after the Civil War, to specifically extend citizenship to freed slaves and their children. But the 14th Amendment does not say that all people born in the United States are citizens. It says that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That second critical conditional phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, is conveniently ignored or misinterpreted by advocates of birthright citizenship. It was written to help distinguish between people like the children of former slaves, who were unfairly denied citizenship, and the children of diplomats or other people who were in the country but owed their citizenship to other countries. Many claim that anyone present in the United States has subjected him or herself to the jurisdiction of the United States. But Senator Lyman Trumbull, a key figure in the adoption of the 14th Amendment, said that subject to the jurisdiction meant not owing allegiance to any other country. He's referring to the difference between partial territorial jurisdiction, which subjects all foreigners who enter the United States to the jurisdiction of our laws, and complete political jurisdiction, which requires allegiance to the United States government as well. So while a foreign tourist could be prosecuted for violating a criminal statute, he or she could not be drafted if we had a military draft, or be subjected to other requirements imposed on citizens, such as serving on a jury. Other legal arguments for universal birthright citizenship point to the Supreme Court's 1898 decision in U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark. But that decision only stands for the very narrow proposition that children born of lawful permanent residents are U.S. citizens. This decision says nothing about the children of illegal immigrants or the children of tourists, students, and other foreigners only temporarily present in this country being automatically considered U.S. citizens. Those children are considered citizens of the native countries of their parents.
Really?
Just like children born abroad to American parents are considered U.S. citizens, no matter where the children are born.
Oh, really?
Most countries around the world do not provide birthright citizenship.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So based not on the requirements of federal law or the Constitution, but based on an incorrect interpretation. And that should be changed.
Oh, nice, Brody.
The new year brings a new sheriff. Tomorrow, Eugene Brantley officially takes over as Richmond County's top cop. The veteran lawman won the seat on a platform to make Augusta streets safer and to improve the culture of the sheriff's office. In the transition, one notable deputy will be out of a job.
Your IT.
That's great. I thought it was going to be different news.
This animal enthusiast known for his videos of wild animals, but this one nearly killed him.
That right there is a fantastic eastern brown-back rattlesnake that I just got bit in the leg by.
Oh. And that's the bite that sent David Humphrey to the hospital last month in Dixie County.
I looked down expecting to see like an alligator, like clamped to my leg is what it felt like.
As for the pain,
I felt my gut just flip on me.
Excruciating.
I called Emma, to my wife, to let her know that I loved her in case I died.
But he made it to the hospital. His leg, though, wasn't looking so good, as you can see in this picture. He ended up needing 88 vials of anti-venom.
I might lose my leg. Was one of my first thoughts.
His wife, Emma, overwhelmed when she heard what happened.
I'm obviously panicked. I have tunnel vision.
David is no stranger to close encounters.
A good 6 feet in length or so, and as thick as my forearm in some places.
He's been chasing wildlife for years, posting videos for all of his followers to enjoy.
All right, wild baby badger.
Even handling diamondbacks in the past. But this time, the rattlesnake had a different reaction. Fortunately, David had friends and family to help him on the road to recovery.
It's been such a privilege to be able to care for David and to be by his side through all of this. David is the best husband in the entire world.
As for David, he stands by his passion for animals.
There are times where it's okay to hold a venomous snake when you understand the species, you understand the behavior, and you understand the individual that's in front of you.
You're retarded. You're fucking retarded, kid. You can't understand a snake. What? People think they can understand pit bulls, don't they? You see what happens with that shit all the time. But you can understand a snake? Oh, you're so smart. What happened to Steve Irwin? Can't understand a wild animal. You can't. You can't even understand a house cat. Nobody knows what the fuck house cat's thinking. Like, I might assume, he probably wants this, probably wants that. But you don't actually know what's going on in a cat's head. I don't know. Sometimes you might be right. You're gonna risk that with a poisonous snake over and over and over. That's playing with fire. You're eventually gonna get burned. That'll be the last time. He's probably gonna die from the shit one day, just like Steve. And what the fuck is there to love about poisonous snakes? They're literally put in the Bible as Satan. Somebody's got to love them, man. Why? Why do we have to love them? Is there a reason? Do we need to love poisonous, venomous snakes or whatever? Are they that important to the ecosystem? Couldn't we just have a bunch of non-venomous snakes instead doing the same thing? Do we need snakes that can put down large game? Is that a thing that we need on the earth for something? Can't something else kill that large game? And eat it? Because the snake can't even eat all of it. That snake has the capability of killing shit that it can't even eat all of. It's a total waste. And then the meat's tainted. Probably. I don't know. Is it? Can another animal even eat the meat after a snake spit something? Or could they possibly get the venom in them then from eating it? Or does it have to be? It probably has to be injected in the bloodstream. Or does it do its things? I know some snakes, they make your blood coagulate. I think it's the viper, cobra or something. It turns your blood into like jello in like a minute. Have y'all seen that? It's pretty neat. Everyone's probably seen it, but just in case you haven't, blood venom I don't know if this is going to bring it up or not. Oh fuck, is this it's a really good one, but it's not letting me. We pop it out. Let me pop this one out. All of them are too damn short to pop out. I don't want them to copyright me. No, that's not it. I'm just gonna have to go with a short one. Hopefully they don't get me on the copyright. They put the venom in. It hits the blood. And it's jello. Bleh. It's jello within like 30 seconds or something. That's the forbidden jello pudding pop. So you gotta freeze those. Bill Cosby approved. Dude, jello pudding pops were the bomb back in the day though, you know what I'm saying? They had like this cool texture to them. Do they even make those anymore? And I liked the swirl. It was vanilla chocolate swirl. Oh, those are good hit because they had like this. The outside was just a little crunchy, a little icy crunchy. And the inside was like smooth and like pudding like. Bro, you're making me want one. How smooth they are. Let me see. I'm gonna do a blast from the past. See, we got an old school jello pudding pop commercial here. It's only 30 seconds.
Jello pudding pops, Jello pudding pops, frozen pudding on a stick. You know, Jello pudding pops is a winner with all the soapbox racers I know.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Look how little they are, though.
And even your mechanic's getting all revved up about it because it's so rich and creamy.
Why do I remember them being so much bigger than that? These things are tiny. 1983. Did they must have ended up making them bigger over time because those things look like they're a quarter of the size, I remember.
Yeah! And it always gets the green light from Mom because it's made with real pudding. Mmm.
Jello brand pudding pops. All the goodness of real Jello pudding. So you know it's wholesome.
A true winner.
And it gets a green light from Mom.
Mmm.
Why is pudding considered more healthy?
You know what's so cool about Jello gelatin pops? They taste just like Jello gelatin. But they've got a handle. So,
gelatin
your right hand
pops.
is doing this, your left hand can be doing this or, you know. But if your left hand sees how much fun your right hand is having, it won't want to be left out. Now you have to share Jello gelatin pops. Real Jello gelatin.
You're just so cringe, dude. God, they're so cringe. They're even cringe before knowing about his weird shit that he got into. Why did the company think this was a good idea to have some dude doing this?
Now you have to share Jello gelatin pops. Real Jello gelatin, only cooler.
He had the pass on that somehow. But do you remember? I don't remember ever having a Jello gelatin pop, dude. The pudding pops only.
New Jello pudding pops. New Jello pudding pops.
Hey, Bill Cosby, what's that?
New Jello pudding pops. Frozen pudding on a stick.
That thing's even smaller than the last one.
It's a home run. on with your taste buds and won't strike out with your mom like some snacks do, because it's made with real pudding.
New, rich, creamy-tasting Jell-O brand pudding pops. All the goodness of real Jell-O pudding frozen on a stick.
Delicious! And won't strike out with mom.
Oh, won't strike out with mom thing was really a thing on it.
Yes.
This person's making pudding pops by just stuffing.
I like Jell-O pudding, like the brownie caramel swirl, or you could buy whatever flavor brownie caramel swirl.
Dude, it's artificial flavored. It doesn't even have like. That's what I was looking for. You.
Swirl, or you could buy whatever.
A little chemical flavored gelatinous
flavor you want. So what I do is I make a little hole in the middle of this slit until it's all done. This is what I do now, and that's it. Then what what I usually do is I put my hand here, because it's warm. So what I do is I usually put it here until it and then I keep squeezing and squeezing until it finally pops out, and then you got your frozen pudding pop.
What's in the mug,
okay,
though?
And then I keep squeezing and squeezing until it finally pops out.
He freezes ice in the bottom of a mug, and maybe that's interesting.
And then you got your frozen pudding pop.
I want to see her eating one. Wait a second. Why?
Pops out, and then you got your frozen pudding pop.
What the hell are these? Does she use pudding containers for ice containers? That's what it looks like. She likes them big old pieces of ice. I don't know if that's good though. Like you get microplastics from that. It's probably good.
Okay, folks. I'm taking a pudding pop out of the freezer. Just take the wrapping off.
I don't think it's going to be the same.
And what I usually do is
it wasn't
I just put
actually
my hands
just
into
pudding
warm.
on a stick.
I put my hands around this and just kind of
I don't think so.
Kind of warm it up a little bit. Maybe you might have to do this maybe a couple of minutes or so.
You got to work for anything good in life.
Okay, here it goes.
Oh baby.
See how it just pops
Oh
out?
man, I bet it is good though.
Voila, you got your pudding pop.
It's falling all over the place.
Eat. There you go.
You need like a napkin underneath you to eat this thing because it's going to be making a mess. Wait, this person.
Jell-O pudding pops.
So she actually bought some. Wait, what?
Vanilla mix.
What? So you can't buy the actual pudding pop anymore, but you can't. They are actually just pudding, it seems, because you can buy this kit of artificially flavored vanilla. This one says chocolate flavor. It doesn't say artificial next to it like this one does. So it is actually just pudding. Interesting. So why is it considered more healthy than ice cream?
Pudding pops, frozen pudding on a stick.
I want one.
You want one?
Yeah.
Well, I know that little kids love pudding pops because they taste fantabulous, and mothers love it because they know it's made with the goodness of real Jell-O pudding. But I don't know about a kitty cat. Okay.
Jell-O brand pudding pops made with the goodness of real Jell-O pudding.
Well, Miss Kitty Cat.
I'm looking this up. Wait, whoa.
How would you describe Jell-O pudding pops?
Perfect.
I don't like how he licks it, though.
Pudding pops.
Perfect.
He really gets in there with it. Is Jell-O pudding pops more healthy than ice cream? R, I should have put R. Neither Jell-O pudding pops nor ice cream are considered particularly healthy, but ice cream has less sugar. Ice cream has less sugar than Jell-O, dude. Oh no. Jell-O pudding pop contains 90 calories. Oh, but the ice cream has a saturated fat. But there's no saturated fat in Jell-O pudding. However, ice cream contains probiotics to promote healthy gut, and the combination of sugars and fats can provide a quick energy boost. So they're definitely acting like oh, pudding contains 6 times more vitamin D than ice cream. Pudding contains less saturated fat. Pudding has a lower glycemic index. So here, it seems the pudding is more healthy. Sodium, 300 milligrams of sodium in the Jell-O. It says 0 sugar, so yeah, I guess you can use a 0 sugar, but they weren't using that back in the day. That's that matters. Four trade driver members arrested. Attempted to cross border.
Tonight on The Story, we're taking you to this homeless camp in the coastal city of Seaside. It's been around for a while as a designated place that homeless people can stay. And as you can see, dozens of people stay here.
They all think all of us are criminals and druggies, which, you know, some of us may be that, but we're all human beings.
Tensions are building between a community group that feeds them, the city man.
That wasn't a good look. What? Okay. You probably should have worded that a little differently.
Manager's office and the surrounding neighbors as the crisis shows no signs of letting up.
It's tiring and I'm done. I'm literally done.
We're doing our best with the resources we have in our community.
I had a friend who died. She fed the homeless before she died. And she came to me and said, you need to feed the homeless. And so I do.
It's our big story tonight.
Somebody came in here yesterday giving me shit for feeding cats and not feeding people. Did y'all see that? It was when the camera was off. Like, why'd you go feed people instead of cats or something? And some other random person was like going off on him about it. Cat haters out here. That's what I'm scared about with Tux, though. Why he's missing. Maybe it was one of them cat hating type people that are like, fuck cats. We don't need cats. Cat's always bugging me. Cat's always shitting in my yard. Cat's always bugging my dog. Damn cats, always spraying everything. Stinky ass cat is. Get away from me. Like, something could have happened to him that night because he's so friendly, man. He goes up to probably, I don't know, he probably goes up to everybody. But he does me. I don't know what he does out there outside of here. They'd been, yeah, tonight's my night. Stupid cat, get out of here. Nobody would even notice because all the fireworks.
As a mother,
my husband and I always wanted more children. He didn't, and now I have them.
Lindsay Morrison cares for those in need the one way she knows how.
I try to get as many carbohydrates in them every day as I can so that they stay warm.
Out of this church.
What? Is that a thing? Carbohydrates keep people warm? Yeah, I know one thing. Tweakers love carbohydrates. Especially simple carbs are their favorite food. They're probably like, hey, could you get us some more carbs? We're cold out here. They keep us warm.
Church kitchen for $50 a month.
You can cut out
or sugar.
48. We'll do 48 today.
Lindsay runs a volunteer group, Nourish Those in Need.
Oh,
Cooking
baby.
for homeless people in
That's what I'm
Seaside.
talking about. Those are fish sticks.
6 days a week.
They're so grateful. You'll see.
Oh, that lady is my friend. She's like an angel.
Of course they're fucking grateful. They don't have to spend their money on food. They can spend it on drugs. What you fucking talking about? They can, bro, homie. This only enables these people to fucking continue with this nonsense and stay on the fucking streets forever. That's all it does. Because the thing is, most people need to hit rock bottom before they're willing to go get off the dope and get help. They have to hit rock bottom. Guess what? Part of hitting rock bottom is being hungry, not having food, having to go into a program to get that food. Don't feed the bums, actually. Not like this. It's different, like, man, like you feed one time or something, but to get them set up on a schedule of you coming there every day to feed them, nah. They're gonna take advantage of this lady as long as they can. They're telling all their friends, hey man, you gotta come live out here. There's free food every day. It's here at 5 o'clock, man. Hell yeah, every day, and it's good food. She brings up us a lot, man. She'll just bring us more if you come. Yeah, no, don't worry. Yeah, come on out. A hamburger because he asked for food and not money. Yeah, see, that's something. That's something right there. Like every now and then to do it. But if you were to bring that guy a hamburger every day, he would probably get used to it to the point to where if you stopped, he'd be mad at you. Like, where's my hamburger at, man? You're knocking on your door. Hey, man, you good? Where's my hamburger?
Seaside Recycling Center and Chapman Ponds is the city's only immediate overnight shelter option for people like Jason.
Now it's kind of pushed everyone here, and it's really hard to do that because, you know, people fight with each other.
So the city of Seaside, they do the very minimum to make it look like they're helping us.
There's only so much our tax base is going to be able to do, and so I'm glad there is a place for.
What are they supposed to do if you're not willing to get off drugs,
says
dude?
Those staying there get bathrooms, water, and trash pickup, costing taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars each year.
The biggest cost to taxpayers is really more on cleanup efforts. We go in sometimes once a week or sometimes more and do a campsite cleanup.
It's a very tough spot.
These fuckers can't even clean up after themselves, dude. We used to have people that were living in the park outside of the library, downtown Long Beach. I think it's Atlantic or Pacific, one of those streets. I don't know if it's still there or not, but the park would always be full of homeless. So many that during the Grand Prix, they would bust them all out to LA, to Skid Row and shit, to get them away from the area because they didn't want people from other parts of the country and world to see all the bums that we had downtown. But these people, one thing I'll give them credit for is they always cleaned the park up every morning. They cleaned the park up. They swept it. You would see them out there sweeping it, making it look nice. They weren't leaving, you know, they didn't want to leave trash because they didn't want to get kicked out of the park. You know what I mean? These people are leaving trash all over the place and expecting people to come clean it up for them. Hell no. This is some next level shit right here. This is as liberal as it gets in our country. Whereas they're super democratic there. There's no Republican in sight for sure.
I don't know what to do for them.
Ken Zittenfield's apartment building overlooks the camp.
Hey,
they really haven't caused too much problem.
A few doors down, directly behind the tents.
First of all, I can't tell you the money I've lost.
Doc Shaw has a different story.
32 cameras on the building, and every night it sets them off. I'm 54, 3 kids under 5. Try to get them out of bed to get down here to meet that demand. It's tiring, and I'm done. I'm literally done.
He runs this auto shop, a seaside staple, for 15 years.
Like I said, I have empathy for him. I understand this. Like I told City Hall, you are not fixing the problem. This is not a fix for this. But when do we say you can't think for yourself and we need to think for you? We do it for our children.
Yes, exactly.
That should feed 48.
And you know what? California just passed a law. CR 5150 laws have just changed in California, like on the 1st. 5150 is where they're able to lock you up in a mental institution, pretty much. That's what it boils down to, for a certain amount of time. And I think 3 days or something, without your permission. Well, they just broadened the rules on that so that if they find somebody that needs drug and alcohol treatment, that's super inebriated, they can now lock them up and put them in a 3-day hold. Help them dry out, get the shit out of it, detox a little bit so they can start thinking a little straighter, and then start getting them some help. That's what they need in these places. I can't believe San Diego just did it. So a Democratic ran city is doing it. There is hope to start getting the mandatory help for these people. Don't give a fuck if you want it or not. We're making you get some help because we got a homeless epidemic.
Brief about enabling them.
LA still hasn't done it though.
I worked.
They have till 2026 to enact it, and I think they approved it 2 years ago. So they got to get everybody ready for it, pretty much all the rules and whatnot for it. But it's like LA's dragging their feet, is my understanding. Unfortunate.
3 drug and alcohol hospitals before moving down here. And so I know about addiction.
Okay.
And I know that it's a disease. And I know that there's generally only one way down. But the least I can do is feed them.
Recently,
she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand. She thinks she understands, but she doesn't. They have to hit rock bottom, dude. She's an enabler. I bet a lot of these people that are getting broken into are pissed off at her for doing what she's doing. She's making more of them want to live there.
A little harder. The city of Seaside put up no parking signs along the street by the camp. It's a major access route to the public works yard and where Lindsay delivers food.
5 police came about a month ago and said that I would be given a $360 fine if I park there again. So they ran us out.
I think it's
Stop
BS.
feeding the animals.
We have.
You can tell that dude's baked on something.
So they ran us out.
I think it's BS. It's stupid.
We have.
It's stupid. I think give me my fentanyl, give me my food. There's me living peace out here in the parking lot, man. It's not even. I'm not even cold, man. No, I'm not cold. It's good.
Been receiving a lot of complaints in the neighborhood about parking around the camp.
If we couldn't park near them, how are we going to feed them?
Good. Get the fucking point, lady.
Found a way. She uses this red wagon to deliver the meals instead.
Dinner! Hi, Adam.
I have empathy for that because I understand where they come from. I like the lady that's doing it.
Oh my goodness gracious.
She gave him 2 of them?
Okay, milk and juice. Grab a milk, grab a juice.
Where's she?
Balancing act and.
Where's she get the money? Is she an NGO? Is this federally funded? What's really going on with this? How does she pay for it all?
We're going to make mistakes, but we.
Where's that kitchenette she's using?
More often than not.
Come on, let's get dinner. Come on.
they're our only resource for food besides one other place downtown.
She actually treats them like animals too. That's hilarious.
We're lucky to have them. I mean, without that, I'd be stealing from Safeway or something probably.
Yeah, everybody.
She's keeping them from stealing from Safeway. Maybe, here's the thing. Maybe motherfucker needs to go get caught stealing from Safeway to get locked up, to clean out for a little bit while he's in jail so he can get out, maybe get his life together rather than doing this forever, man. You dumb cunt. Oh my God.
He wants to.
I know she means well, dude, but she's stupid.
Right?
The cops are trying to get it through her head.
Anybody who wants seconds?
What?
Here you go, honey. Grab some milk and juice. Yeah.
All you can eat buffet at this bitch, dude.
So interesting dynamic
yeah,
there
moving
for sure
in.
between all sides. And that's what we see in bigger cities like here in Portland too. The same issues, just on a different scale. And I will add, Lindsay, that woman who runs that grassroots group, has experience in the addiction field, like she mentioned, in Doc.
I don't care.
The guy who runs that auto shop or repair shop also has experience with this.
Thank
he told me
you.
an older son of his struggled with addiction, but the two have very different views on how to handle it.
Yes.
You know, I see that a lot when
Thank
covering
you.
these polarizing
'Cause
issues.
she's a dumb
Which
cunt.
way is the right way? Well, that's really hard to say. But when it comes to the city's response, the city manager tells me they've received so many complaints about that encampment over the years. For some background, I was there 2 years ago when it was just down the road a little in an area almost like a nature preserve, but that would often flood due to king tides. Tents would end up floating down the river, and one man got caught in the tides as well. So obviously that didn't work. The city is now moving them to a third location behind the Public Works building, which the city manager says is not surrounded by businesses and homes. He also adds it's bigger, so the homeless people will have more space instead of being on top of each other like they currently are.
Oh, perfect.
The city is working
More
on
can
fencing
move
the
in.
site now. No move-in date is set. All right, so what do you think about all of this? What would you do in this situation? You know we love to hear your thoughts.
More people can move in if there's more space. Heck yeah. The lady's heart is in the right place, but she's 100% delusional. She is 100% helping the problem to continue. I was thinking I'm going to go into Seaside soon, but I might pick a different location. Seaside has always been a lowbrow dump. You should probably pick an entirely different coast. Why can't the folks living there clean up after themselves? Good question. Rehab or jail, that's what they need to move forward. They are programs. There are programs. Exactly. These are the top comments. The very top comment is, I think what pisses me off the most about this is that drug and alcohol addicts are not the only ones who are facing homelessness. Senior citizens and the disabled who do not use drugs or alcohol are just as hold up. Disabled people don't use drugs? Well, I would say that most disabled people actually do use drugs. Because that's why they're homeless now, is because they got on opiates and then they got fucking strung out on them. But whatever. Or alcohol, or just as homeless in all of this. We do not have the income to survive the extremely high housing costs. I am prior resident of Clatsop County. The homeless rate per capita is astonishingly high. It's been high for many years. It's only gotten worse. Okay, apparently she's homeless or something. Accountability, no work, no food, clean up their own campsites, working along with city cleanup team. Homeless could assist with cooking preparation on site or at the church kitchen. Yes, they could do that. They could offer their help for her. None of them are probably doing that, though. Work for their tents and tarps or volunteering at community centers. Yes. Be present when scheduled meals arrive. That's something, instead of making her wait around. No roundup. Exactly. They know she's gonna be there, but they make her round them up. They come out of their tents all slow as shit, like, oh well, fucking dinner's here. Oh, they should all be ready to go once she gets there. Hey, she's gonna be here in 5. That's not Tux. I don't think that's Tux, dude. Oh, it's his brother. These individuals are adults. This is the same commenter, by the way. I'm just gonna not read. I'm gonna do this. So,
accountability. No work, no food. Clean up their own campsites working along with city cleanup team. Homeless could assist with cooking preparation on site or at the church kitchen. Work for their tents and tarps by volunteering at community centers. Be present when scheduled meals arrive. No roundup. These individuals are adults and need to take part in managing their diseases of addictions. They are not children and should not be treated as such. Respect people's property by not stealing from stores, yards, etc. Seek help. Social workers and resources need to be available to those seeking help to heal. Love is a healing balm, but it must be by all. Measure 110 has destroyed many lives. Admit it didn't work. Now help people get their self-respect back and work starting keeping their homesite clean. Volunteer, attend classes at resource centers. Work is healthy.
she has 3 hearts afterwards too. I'll be back. Yeah, but I should take a picture of the spot that he sleeps at normally, and it looks exactly like a crop circle. It's so matted down. Right next to it is the same weeds, and they're tall and green and lush. Where he used to sleep, everything's dead and matted down. Like he was always there. During the day, I don't know. He might have been sleeping there at night. I'm not sure. For him to disappear with that sort of consistency of being here. Oh, someone said something to this guy's comment. You think all a homeless person does is nothing? You are wrong. The available affordable housing for single with a kitchen and bathroom slim to none. Some don't have income. 8 don't know what about. Oh, it must have been supposed to be an I. So I don't know about your area, but there are months. There are 2 jobs opening to 600 people looking. Dude, this person totally missed the point. Like, this guy just wants the people out there to have accountability, to work at their own campsite by cleaning up their own campsite. That's work. Working along with city to clean up team. That's work. Cooking in preparation in the kitchen. That's work. That's working towards something better instead of just sitting in your tent all day doing drugs, waiting on your fucking free meal to come every afternoon. And this person's saying, he's making it look like this guy is saying they just need to get out and get a job. They didn't read this. Work, start in keeping their home site clean. Volunteer, attend classes. Nowhere in here is he saying for them to get a job. That's all this person's talking about, is them getting a job and getting an apartment. This had nothing to do with that, you dumb shit. And then we all know why there are no jobs available for our homeless people and no housing for them. We do? Why? Why are there none? Because all the illegals? Maybe he's making an illegal migrant jab with this comment. But how anybody could say anything negative about this is fucking crazy. Oh, and every one of them gets $200 a month in food stamps from the state. The one guy who said all they're doing is the bare minimum talk about ungrateful. So they get food stamps and this lady's bringing them food. Ask yourself this: does your behavior allow people to continue their addictive ways instead of seeking treatment? If the answer is that yes, then you're enabling, regardless of your motives. And this is what they teach in programs that I've been in, programs that actually know what the fuck they're talking about. Whatever frou-frou program that she was a part of, they apparently didn't teach this. It was some hold your hand kumbaya, nobody actually gets recovered program, probably. And now, but it's in Malibu. But it's in Malibu. It's gotta work. It's beautiful here. You know, that place that they sent a lot of the people from, what's that show? Where they confront a drug addict, the family confronts them. What's the name of that show that used to be on? It's still on, I think. Intervention. Oh, they sent a bunch of those intervention. Thanks, Siggy. I was having them. They sent a bunch of those to like those really ritzy places that are. Oh yeah, we got the best. They last for 3 months, and you're gonna be pampered the whole time you're here. Yeah, dude, it'll be great. No, dude, a good treatment program lasts for like a year. It's a residential outpatient, which means you're capable of leaving if you want, but you have to stay for a year to actually get the full graduation certificate. Those are the only ones that really work. These ones that celebrity drug and alcohol programs that last for 3 months, you're barely even dried out by 3 months if you're seriously into shit like fentanyl or meth or heroin or anything hard, coke, alcohol even. If you're drinking like nonstop, starting the day drinking and ending the day drinking, that too. Barely even tried out by a month or two. This is what I've been trained on and taught. Because the thing is, these places that only last for like 1, 2, 3 months, the people don't even know you yet. It's like about the 3-4 month mark. You start really opening up in group therapy to people because you're starting to get to know everybody. You know, they feel like your little family after a while. When you're first there, you're just drying out, detoxing, just trying to get used to like a different lifestyle. But once that kind of settles in, you've been clean for a while, you're able to like open up more with people that you don't know and really get stuff out and try to like change things mentally. Get help with it. People are closed off in the beginning. I just really don't think this lady knows what she's talking about to be doing what she's doing. Must have been in one of those programs. There's like there's no question that the Lindsay is a wonderful person. I think the guy said it all when the guy said, "Without her, I'd be stealing from Safeway." Why would tax-paying citizens have their beautiful beasts destroyed by people with that attitude? Like for real? Why would they want? You would be stealing if this lady's not giving you free food. Fuck out of here, bro. Stop wasting money on keeping junkies alive. I mean, that's a little far with it. Why are we helping people not helping their own? Yeah, they're not even willing to help themselves. Exactly. There we go. See, and this is happening here in California. It's starting to happen. It says voluntary compliance for drug rehab has overwhelmingly failed. Until city and county governments accept mandatory compliance as a course of action, the toxic cycle will continue. You know, they have to make some sort of mandatory. If they see them super fucked up, you can dry it out for a week. Then you can talk. I bet you won't even want to do it anymore. Especially when you find out the programs we got here. And the food's good too. Food would probably start tasting better after about a week of being off dope too. Homeless or not, people have to eat. They get hundreds of dollars for a month in food stamps. So there you go. The thing is, they're probably selling their food stamps for drugs and or using it for hot food. And instead of like figuring out a way to cook out there, they could cook out there. You know what I mean? If they wanted to, they could live off of $200 of food a month. Buy some rice, buy some beans, stuff that you don't have to refrigerate. You can live off rice and beans. Hell, they make soldiers live off bread and water sometimes. Well, they used to. So yeah, they can still eat. Guy. Why is the taxpayer's responsibility to house and feed homeless people? If the homeless people want free meals without paying for them, why don't they do community service? Why don't they help out themselves in the kitchen? Why don't they clean up around the neighborhood or clean up the highways, etc., etc.? People are getting tired of this shit, dude. Good. Most of the comments are against this stupid story or against the lady doing what you're doing. It's good to see. But that does make us less like Jesus and closer to the end times. We're supposed to just... Dude, see, I don't think Jesus anticipated drugs. They had alcohol back in the day, right? Maybe weed. But all this other stuff... Like, what would Jesus expect us to do, man? Just fucking die for drug addicts? Give everything for them? Is that what Jesus would want? It's almost like you'd be dying for Satan though at that point, because drugs, some people see drugs as just being the devil, especially certain drugs. So at that point, if you're enabling that to happen, you're enabling Satan to attack those people, to use something against them, like evil spirits and then they're more likely to be affected by evil spirits, if that's a thing. So I think Jesus would actually approve of getting them help for their illness rather than enable the illness to happen, the evil to take place inside of them. Because they do evil stuff when they're on it. It creates an evil person. Usually, they'll be smiling in your face. They'll seem like the sweetest person in your face, but they will steal your shit and help you look for it. Oftentimes, that's those people. And the first time I heard of that was in group therapy, where a guy was like, he said it himself, I would steal your dope and help you look for it if you were hanging out with me. That's how bad I got. And there were others. It wasn't just him. I go, yeah, me too. Yeah. Because that's what I'm saying. After a while, you get really honest in therapy with the people that you don't know, but you got to be there for a while. Doobie doobie doo. boop, boop, boop. Hey, man, I'm looking for another story. Oh, did you see that Russia shot down a bunch of U.S. missiles? And I wonder if I should put flyers up for real. I just don't want to get messed with by people randomly messaging me acting like they found the cat and they didn't. I already made some. I should have gotten some tape. That's part of what I was doing yesterday. What's this?
Rev up your engines!
I have to say this before Trump becomes president.
All right, here we have a giant lifted Tundra that was just bought used. Was this a smart buy? Hey, we're going to find out. Now, to me, it looks to be in excellent shape. I don't see any rust at all. And that kind of makes sense because the guy bought it in Texas. And here we go, Fred Haas Toyota from Houston, where I used to live. And it was made in San Antonio. And as you can tell, it is loaded. All the room. Nice leather seats, huge tires, lifted as can be. And unlike my grandson's Tundra, it was lifted correctly. It's not slanted. Now, if you look at one of these, some of them did have that problem with frame rust because they didn't coat them right. But been in Texas most of its life. And the interesting thing was,
what is that? The Trump
seemed to go between Houston and Brownsville all the time. A lot of the mileage on this thing was highway mileage, which is about 10% to where a stop and go in city mileage. So even though it has a lot of miles, 238,788, I don't think it's going to be all worn out because it was highway mileage. We're going to take it for a road test and we're going to scan it with my machine for sure. Cold day, so we got a stick out because the little hydraulic lifts are kind of worn out. But these 5.7 liter V8s, these things can basically run forever.
It's a massive air filter.
Which is one of the reasons I don't like the new Tundra with that V6 twin turbo. I don't care what they say. They don't have the pulling power. Of, let's say, somebody's trying to sell one of these that said it's only got 50,000 in the back.
Where's the Trump information here, man?
That's just reporting it. The sensors themselves. That's what I don't like about the new ones.
You totally clickbaited me. Nobody in the comments is saying anything about Trump either. Oh, is there going to be some kind of Trump EPA rollback possibly? Is that what's going on? He's talking about rolling back some EPA stuff so that people can, truck prices are going to go down or something maybe? I don't know. That's possible. Dude, there's a trash truck outside. Sorry, so you're alone. Dude, y'all see this?
After confidently predicting a Kamala Harris victory, Democratic strategist James Carville is now admitting that his crystal ball was wrong.
This part.
Pledge allegiance to the United States.
Bruh. How do you get the Pledge of Allegiance wrong? Did you have to state it in school?
Of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oops. Here now with reaction, Hoover Institution Senior Fellow Victor Davis Hanson, the Federalist correspondent Brianna Lyman, and Democratic pollster Doug Schoen.
Crazy looking, kind of.
Thank you all for
her
joining
eyes are
us,
so
but,
big, but her face, she's an alien.
Mess up the Pledge of Allegiance that for the Vice President of the United States? That should be an easy one, right?
Well, it just underscores how really unsuited she was for national office and certainly not to be the President of the United States. And As for James Carville, he was so certain the Democrats were going to win. Everybody who was against Kamala Harris was either wrong or stupid or racist or out of touch, whatever. I think we realize that we are a divided country. The issues, as he's now acknowledged, the economy, the southern border, crime, we're all working for the Republicans. And ultimately, as you've suggested and your other guests have suggested, the victory was clear. And I think my party needs to do a real rethink of where it stands, cooperate with Trump where they agree, where the American people want cooperation, and seek to carve out a new and arguably different identity for the Democratic Party, like the one we had in the Clinton years, which was centrist, fiscally conservative, tough on crime, and strong on the southern border. That Democratic Party can win. This Democratic Party just lost.
Now, they lost in a big way, Brianna. What's your take on it? I mean, Kamala Harris was a horrific candidate. I mean, she came in, I think, 6th place in California behind Andrew Yang, dropped out before they even got to the first vote, for goodness sake. I mean, she was the cat's meow at the beginning, but by the time people actually listened to her, they were ready to get rid of her, but somehow she became the vice president and became the nominee.
Yeah, and that's the story for the entire Democratic Party. You know, James Carville, a few months ago, he correctly pointed out that Democrats went from, it's the economy, stupid, to you're stupid if you think this economy is bad. And he was right. Democrats, including Kamala Harris, have spent months telling us that this is one of the greatest economies we've ever had. They use metrics that most Americans do not use, like GDP. And then they also went and told us that, yeah, things are bad, but we're not in a recession because we're redefining a recession. Carville called that out, and he was right. And yet now he does a 180, and he says that Americans didn't want to settle for soaring GDP and subsiding inflation. That is why the Democrats lost. Soaring GDP is not a metric average Americans use.
Is he a fucking stoner? What's up with these tie colors he's got going on right here? Oh my God.
Yeah, inflation may be subsiding from record highs created by the Biden-Harris administration. Americans remember, inflation was still lower when Donald Trump left office compared to today. And until people like James Carville, Kamala Harris, and the party gets it, they will continue to lose.
There's no way he's a stoner.
Yeah, come on, Brianna. I mean, my wife Julie and I always sit around the kitchen table talking about the GDP and how that affects the price of eggs. I mean, that's just, come on, that's just a common occurrence. But Victor Davis Hanson, you're one of our favorites. I mean, it just seemed that the basic premise and thesis of these candidates and their party as a whole never rang true to the American people.
No, it didn't. I think James Carville knew she was going to lose, and he felt that he was dutiful to build momentum by saying she was a sure winner and trash Trump, but he's not stupid. Doug made a good point. From those wilderness years of 20 years, from 1972, starting with the McGovern left-wing disaster and the landslide Nixon victory, all the way to Bill Clinton's victory in 92, that was 20 years where they only had 4 years of Carterism. Clinton came in and rejected Carterism. You go back and look at the 1996 convention platform of the Democrats, Jason. It's fiscal sobriety, balanced budget, close the border, tough on crime, no exemptions for youthful offenders. They even use the word God's country, God's nation, when they talk about green policies and conservation. It was a very moderate fiscal sobriety, and it was a winning agenda. And they renounced that, and they rejected it, and they went into first a progressive Obama period, and then this French Revolutionary Jacobin crazy period, and they destroyed the party. Carville knows that, and he knows what he has to do. He's got to go back to the 1996 platform. Nancy Pelosi and people like Chuck Schumer were giving speeches about why they had to close the border, and it was to protect union wages and the integrity of citizenship. That seems surreal today. It just almost seems like impossible to even imagine the Democratic Party of that nature.
Yeah, and adding on to that, Doug, it just seems like the Democrats are void of policy ideas. What new creative policy idea did they bring to the table? I can't even name anything.
I think he is a
Jason, there wasn't anything. Look, I appreciate what Victor Davis Hanson said as one of the architects of the 96 convention and platform, along with my partner, Mark Penn. I think that's where the Democratic Party has to go. It's not new ideas. It's the right values and the right policies that reflect what the American people and working people want. If we go back to that, as Victor said, we as Democrats can win. And if we don't, we'll be in the wilderness another 20 years.
You have to have great candidates, and you got to have a great platform, and nobody's done it better than Donald Trump. It's why he's overwhelmingly the president of the United States. Democrats have not learned those lessons.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
I don't know how he made it with a voice like that. 7 minutes, Simon. There was a live premiere this morning from Predator Poachers. A man came to meet an 11-year-old daughter for a play date. Oh shit, she sits there the whole time with them. It looks like gets busted instead. Who's Jeff?
So, we're going to start this entertainment block with some heartbreaking news. Director Jeff Bania, who is the husband of Aubrey Plaza, has been found dead. Now, according to TMZ, an assistant discovered Jeff's body around 10:30 on Friday morning in his Los Angeles home. The circumstances surrounding his death remain unclear at the moment. However, there are reports of suicide. Bania and Plaza have been together since 2011.
Only
they married
47.
back in 2021. She's starred in several of his films, including Life After Beth, The Little Hours, and Spin Me Round. Jeff Bania was 47 years old.
Man, what did he do? Did he do some shit? What's going on, man? Why'd he do that? What was he trying to hide? Dude, Hollywood, man, I don't know. I can't. And Hollywood suicides. It's like, what was going on? What was really going on? Because he had to have had a pretty decent life at that point. Thing with Hollywood, man, like once they put out some stuff, they make money off of that shit forever. Like royalties or whatever, man. He's creepy looking. Well, I mean, Quentin Tarantino's kind of creepy looking too, isn't he? His director. I remember when the first time I saw Quentin Tarantino, I thought it was really creepy looking. Especially with that voice. $20 bill illusion.
Is number one priority. And today we just need some kind of money.
This is from 12 years ago.
$40. I'm gonna show you how to make portrait sad and then happy. Let's check it out. The secret to make him smile and then look like he is upset is in 3 folds. Make the half line over here on his face.
Never seen this.
His nose and the mouth, and just make that fold first. Then unfold it, and the next fold will be from the end of his eyebrow to the end of his mouth. So we're gonna fold it like this, line it up and fold it. The same thing over here, end of his eyebrow to the end of his lips. So fold it like that, and the middle, and just fold it all together like this. Pretty good. Check it out. He look like a Grinch right here. You know, from that Christmas movie. Pretty funny, huh? Well, anyways, Grinch, normal.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Look how funny it is when
that's
he's sad.
wild.
Happy, sad. Happy, sad. Normal. Grinch. So make that video, make a video responses, and let me know what do you guys think.
Pretty cool.
Pretty awesome illusion. That's it, guys. Let me know what you think in comments below. Subscribe
national
to my main
treasure
channel, Crazy
on
Russian
YouTube.
Hacker. Link over here or the description. And like that video and check out my next experiment.
His accent's actually real. There was another dude, his name was FPS, or Russian FPS, or FPS Russian. His accent was actually fake, and he's been missing for a long time. This guy... Oh, he died, I guess, maybe, they're saying. I just saw something about that.
Maybe a little shrapnel going.
Oh, shit! Oh my god, dude.
Maybe a lot of shrapnel. Well, I really like this rifle, I've got to say. Like I said, it's so compact, you can fold it up, stick it anywhere, but hope you guys enjoyed the video, and as always,
have a nice
day.
That's a chunk of metal, dude. Like, oh my god. That would have been crazy. What? He murdered somebody? What? Crime conspiracies.
The biggest at firearms license pretty quick. Majority of the more...
Is he now, though?
Maybe a little shrapnel going.
There's all these almost kills himself videos.
Hello my friends, this is FPS Russia, and I've got something very nice for you today. This is a 40mm Boffer. It's an Austrian-made World War II era gun. Hello my friends, it is FPS Russia again, and inside this case I've got something really cool here. This is a DRD Paratus 18. It's an 18-inch barrel semi-automatic rifle. Every time you take a look at this, you get an appreciation of just how powerful.
I have one of these shells. No, it's not just the shell, it's actually the projectile and everything. It's empty, it doesn't have any powder or primer in it. My grandfather made a lamp out of it. It's got all the ports that he went to engraved in it. There are a ton, dude. It's crazy how many places he was in the Battle of Midway too. He was at Pearl Harbor when he got bombed. He was everywhere in World War II, it seems, dude. Everywhere on the that you can think of going is inscribed in the bullet, and he went to all of them. Pretty nifty, and it's this size. I think I've showed it to the stream. I can't remember where it's at right now though. I would do a comparison.
It fires a 4-pound projectile at 2,800 feet per second. So, and with 7.62 by 51mm accuracy and power, like I.
Whoa, that's nuts. How was he allowed to have
this? You operate here, you fire over here, and fire the hole.
How did he almost kill himself with the first one, though? It is raising up, though.
Fire the hole.
And this thing is awesome, though. Imagine having that in your backyard, just in case. Just in case a drone starts flying around. It'd probably be hard to hit a drone with it, though. Hard to hit anything with it. Something. The old guy, Hickok. What's that? Oh, a gun guy? Yeah, each round is probably like hundreds of dollars. Apparently, this dude's missing. He's been missing. FPS Russia. Missing. 2 years ago, a jail sentence and murder conspiracy. He tries to.
Fucking bad. One more, come on. Okay. It turns out that was a very bad idea. Let's see what I can probably do.
Oh, I could still hit them?
That's pretty fucking bad. One more, come on.
But he wiped it off though, didn't he? Because it's not there anymore.
It turns out that was a very bad idea. Let's see what I can probably do.
So, but it looks like it's not as bad here for some reason. Oh, maybe he is on it now. PKA. Maybe he's not missing. Is that him? Is that him right there? Kyle? Yeah, that is him. So he does a podcast now talking about conspiracy theories and shit. Oh really? The Wisconsin school shooter is actually a 15-year-old girl. I didn't know it was a 15-year-old girl. Like, I guess pretty young. Oh, he is red. Who is red? Oh, let's listen to a Democrat.
Tomorrow at noon Eastern, the
They're always fun to make fun of.
119th session of Congress begins. The first question before the newly elected Congress is going to be, will Mike Johnson be the Speaker of the House? Basically, if any two Republicans vote against him, he loses. Now,
this is one day ago.
But this seems like more than
Never
one.
mind. I thought we were going to get to hear some shit. They lost. They lost. I thought that said 1 hour ago. It's from 1 day ago. Dude, Ralph's is suing some food trucks for being set up outside of their grocery store. That's hilarious, dude.
Meantime, the Ralph's store in Pacific Palisades is suing 7 of the food vendors who have set up shop there on the streets and sidewalks outside their store. NBC4's Karma Dickerson joins us live with those details. Karma.
Well, Annabelle, neighbors tell us that typically during a non-holiday week, you would see this area full with street vendors. It's a little bit slower, but the conflict is no less apparent. All you have to do is take a look at the sign Ralph's has put in their parking lot, warning people who are going to be parking at Ralph's but going to the food vendors that they will be towed. And they filed a lawsuit, taking it a step further.
At midday on Sunset, a food truck and taco stand set up along the public street and sidewalk in front of the Ralph's grocery store.
Thank you. Have a good night.
2 more trucks set up along Alma Real Drive, the backside, and Ralph's wants them gone.
For the public, there are some advantages, including having lower priced food in different varieties. There are some disadvantages, like if you can see right now, the sidewalk is completely blocked.
Ralph's is suing these food trucks and 4 others alleging trespass, public nuisance, and negligence, saying the trucks and their clients illegally park and obstruct the view of traffic for Ralph's customers and employees, also obstruct pedestrian walkways, draw crowds that physically attack each other, and litter in the Ralph's lot. Ralph's is seeking a preliminary injunction which would prevent the food vendors from being within 200 feet to the Palisades Ralph's or within 500 feet of the nearby schools.
It's already a pretty jam-packed parking lot, so if people are coming here to park, I could see Ralph's not being happy with that.
In my experience, I know like people park in the Ralph's when they would get gracias, but usually it's like you're taking it to go anyway, so you're there for like 2 minutes.
I'd say it brings you into Ralph's too, because then you're kind of getting food. Maybe you want a special drink or something.
There appears to be a high demand for the food vendors. Many of the customers we saw work in the area. Others are locals, devoted clients of some of the long-established trucks.
It's like we've been going since high school, and they've always been at the front of Ralph's.
Gracias Senor has been parking in front of Ralph's for 9 years.
Nobody is causing any trouble, and we try to be as respectful to the city as possible, which is why I believe the community has embraced us so well.
Rodolfo Barrientos has been operating the Palisades for about 10 years, mostly in the Sunset location. He says recently he's gotten increased pushback from Ralph's. He includes
how does that work for the
Sunset location?
Are they putting in for lawn maintenance at all? Because you think that this traffic that's here all day is helping this grass grow? Probably not. I see mud all through here, kind of like from people walking on it all the time, probably every day, literally, as they set their trucks up here. Somebody's paying for this lawn maintenance, and it's probably Kroger or the city. So therefore, they can kick them the fuck out if they're messing up anything in this area from being there every day the way they are. That's how I see it. Why should taxpayers have to subsidize their existence so that they can have tacos on this street? The whole city has to subsidize it, possibly, because this is on the other side of the sidewalk, so the city might take care of this property. I'm not sure how that works. There. Oh man, what do you think? Gets plenty of customers. That's the thing, they could just follow them somewhere else. That is, I guess for whatever reason, the grocery store doesn't see an increase in sales of beverages because they're there. And they see a decrease in parking space, which that's going to make people want to come to the grocery store less. If they come there and they can't find parking multiple times, eventually they're going to find another place to go where they don't have to drive around the block to find parking to go to the grocery store. So I think they have an argument here for multiple reasons.
He says recently he's gotten increased pushback from.
And I wonder if they even increase the amount of beverage thefts that they have them being there, because people are like, oh man, I spent all my money on the food, but I want a beer with it, or whatever that these people don't have. Cat food. They're stealing cat food out here, dude. When I went to go get some, I was like, your system says it has it, And she went in the back and she's like, oh man, we don't. But we have a lot of theft here. They're stealing Purina Pro.
With signage asking people not to park in the parking lot, and has trash cans for customers, and has even moved to the back side of the Ralph store to try to appease them.
And then that's why I decided to move to this side so that, you know, they could have that side.
Oh, they're being racist.
Stand in peace and continue to provide nourishment for the community. But that wasn't enough for them. They're still trying to pursue legal action. So
we can't control everyone, says a staff member.
I like how he calls it nourishment, like he's fucking giving them the bread of Christ or something. Bless you, my child. You enjoy your taco. This is probably some of the most unhealthy food you can get on the planet. It's all fried and greasy and shit. Give them their nourishment.
Food truck, which is also being sued.
Manna from heaven.
He says they've asked customers not to park in the Ralph's lot as well. If we didn't need to be here, he says, we wouldn't. But this is the best location for foot traffic.
And so as we've been here, we have observed that there are definitely people who park in the Ralph's parking lot and head straight to the food vendors, to the food trucks, you know, ignoring those signs. There are some upcoming dates to keep aware of. January 24th, there is a court date for that injunction. Some of the vendors have attorneys, but one person, for example, the Glenda's truck, they say they can't afford one, and so they'll be appearing on their own behalf, hoping that the judge hears them out. We reached out to several representatives for Ralph's and their attorneys, and we did not hear back for this story.
Yeah, because they don't have to, and they're going to win because they have millions of dollars to throw at attorneys' fees, and their attorneys probably wouldn't be going to court with this if they didn't know they were going to win it. So. Thank you. Come again. I bet they win it. Be something to keep track of. Hopefully they do another report on it. After. Thornton Township stops bus service for senior citizens. What about for migrants?
A service offered to hundreds of Thornton Township seniors has ended as of today.
Well, it's the hardship on the seniors, you know, that rely on the service.
Resident Tia Robinson says she called for a ride to a doctor's appointment from the senior citizen bus service and was told they are no longer offering that service.
I don't think people should wait until it becomes life-threatening. The services, you know, is threatening someone's life because they can't get to dialysis or chemo or radiation. You know, it's not just a service, it's a lifeline.
The assistant to Thornton Township Supervisor Tiffany Henyard is Keith Price. Price says 2 trustees refusing to attend meetings prevented approval of bus insurance that led to the sudden shutdown.
I think that someone should step in, the state's attorney, the attorney general, someone should sanction them and remove them from office.
Trustees Chris Gonzalez and Carmen Carlisle had refused to attend recent meetings due to concerns about transparency and Henyard's handling of township business. Trustee Gonzalez spoke with us today and says a disruption in senior bus service could have been addressed if they were given appropriate information.
This is something the township was doing for quite some time, long before, you know,
the Chicago news, by
any of the chaos that's going now has happened, and it's going to be going on afterwards. You know, this is something that will continue. We're going to get it up and running as soon as possible.
Trustee Carlisle could not do an interview today, but she tells ABC7 she is trying to call an emergency meeting to approve the insurance and restart bus service. For now, those who depend on the transportation are wondering what they will do. In South Holland, Leah Hope, ABC7.
That's right. I remember I was watching one of their council meetings or whatever, and they were talking about how they didn't have insurance for the city vehicles that they were using, and they couldn't get anybody to insure them or something. What are they doing? California ranks last in U-Haul's growth migration trend analysis. Whoa! You know what that means? It's time for me to give Simon his medicine. That means that people aren't moving here. Last? What does that mean? Like that more U-Hauls are leaving here than are coming here for the most? Whose sheer stomach is so sensitive. I hope it's not from her, like, scar tissue or whatever from her spay. I hope it's not painful in any way. See, she like, I'm sorry, it's ticklish. Sorry. Oh my god, she's so sweet. It always looks like she's got sores on her lips, dude. It's just discolored there or what? It's brown on one side, but not the other. Hopefully it's nothing. See, there's brown on one side and not on the other. What's going on there? I'm working. Oh, I gotta go get Simon's meds, so. Buddy. Oh, hey. Kitty, kitty.
This morning, U-Haul has just released a new survey highlighting California's continued struggle with people moving out of the Golden State.
KCRA3's Mike DeSalle joins us live in West Sacramento to detail what's in this new report and what it could mean for the future of California.
Something's feeding them.
Yeah, we're at the U-Haul rental location here off West Capitol Avenue in West Sacramento. And, you know, U-Haul stresses that this new report may not directly correlate to population or economic growth, but the company has over 23,000 locations, and they say that does help us get a broader sense of migration trends. So take a look, because in the new report, U-Haul found that California once again ranked dead last in the country in its growth rankings. For the 5th straight year, the Golden State saw the largest net loss of one-way U-Haul customers leaving the state. Now, remember earlier this year, the governor highlighted that the previous year, the state actually saw a net increase in population growth. However, bigger picture, this trend is in line with the longer-term forecast from the state's Department of Finance, which projects that fewer people will be living in California in 2060 than lived here in 2020, and it's in line with census data that shows that since 2000, California has experienced its slowest rate of growth since its formation. So, back out here live. Question is, why does any of this matter? Well, number one, economic experts say slower growth or no growth impacts having enough workers to fill job vacancies. And when it comes to political implications, California's already lost 1 seat of representation in Congress. And if the trend continues in the negative, there's the potential California could lose more representation in Congress. Something to think about. Live in West Sacramento, Mike DeSalle, KCRA 3 News.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for that live report. Now, U-Haul did say South Carolina was the highest growth rate state, followed by Texas, North Carolina, Florida, and Tennessee.
And I should have moved when I had the chance.
Have you ever noticed something strange about traffic lights and street poles? Take a look next time you're stopped at an intersection. Many of them appear to be floating slightly above the ground, with exposed bolts visible at their base. While this might look like unfinished construction, it's actually a brilliant piece of engineering design. Today we explain the reasons behind the use of standoff base plates. Your first instinct might be to think that mounting a pole directly on concrete would be more stable. After all, that's how most heavy columns are installed, and you've probably seen many poles mounted this way. But traffic lights and sign poles are different. They're actually relatively lightweight, hollow structures. Their biggest challenge isn't supporting weight, it's dealing with wind forces. When wind hits these structures, it creates compressive forces on one side and tension forces on the other. This is where those exposed anchor bolts you see aren't just for show. They're crucial in resisting these forces and keeping everything stable. Let me show you why engineers love this floating design. Precise leveling of poles. When pouring concrete, achieving a perfectly level surface is extremely difficult, and over time, the ground can shift slightly due to natural settling or environmental factors. Even a 1-degree tilt might not sound like much, but for a 30-foot pole, that's a shift of more than 6 inches at the top. This is where the exposed bolts and leveling nuts come into play. By placing leveling nuts above and below the base plate, engineers can make precise adjustments to ensure the pole remains perfectly vertical. Maintenance and installation. Imagine if a pole starts leaning years after installation. With a traditional base, you'd need a crane and major construction to fix it. But with this design, a few turns of these nuts and you're back in business. Plus, inspectors can easily check for structural issues and corrosion just by looking under the base plate. Corrosion prevention. Now you might wonder, why not fill that gap with grout? Traditionally, grout is used between the base plate and concrete to distribute loads uniformly or for aesthetic purposes. Grout comes with its own set of problems. It is prone to fatigue, can absorb moisture, which increases the risk of corrosion. With standoff base plates, the gap between the base plate and concrete helps prevent moisture buildup, reducing the likelihood of corrosion and prolonging the life of the pole. Before we wrap up, let me bust some myths about standoff base plates that might be blowing your mind right now. 1. They're not designed for drainage. While the gap might appear to allow water to drain, poles are equipped with weep holes at the base to handle drainage effectively. 2. They're not meant to break away in collisions. Unlike smaller roadside signs that use breakaway designs for safety, Traffic light poles and similar structures are engineered to remain intact during collisions. A falling pole poses a greater danger. Imagine a traffic light falling across a busy intersection. If you found this fascinating look at everyday engineering interesting, hit that subscribe button for more explanations of the world around us. Thanks for watching. Have you ever...
She defended the rights of children. As First Lady, she fought for universal health care and declared women's rights are human rights. As Senator, she helped New York rebuild after September 11, 2001. As Secretary of State, she championed democracy worldwide, and her nomination for president broke barriers and inspired generations. Through it all, her career has been dedicated to an eternal truth. America's ideals are sacred, and we must always defend and live by them.
That's Hillary Clinton, man. Doesn't even look the same. She got a lot of makeup on tonight. Looking sexy. Bill's gonna eat his heart out. Is that Magic Johnson in the background? Is that Amelia Earhart? Wait, who's this lady?
Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox? What? Star-studded cast up in here. Damn, man. Holy shit.
Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Michael J. Fox. Michael J. Fox is one of the most beloved actors of our time. With remarkable wit and charm, he introduced iconic characters to the center of American culture, from Alex B. Keaton to Marty McFly and more. With undaunted resilience and optimism, he also warms hearts and captivates audiences as a fearless advocate for those with Parkinson's disease, channeling his endearing personality to advance treatments, move us closer to a cure, and remind us of the power of American possibilities.
Interesting. We didn't want to shake Biden's hand. What just happened? Was that dude, he's not retarded. You didn't want to shake Biden's hand?
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Tim Gill, a leading philanthropist and civil rights leader. Tim Gill advances the cause of equality for the LGBTQ community in America and the world. A visionary entrepreneur, he has helped lead the fight against HIV/AIDS, laid the groundwork for marriage equality, and so
Y'all think that was intentional?
His strong character, unwavering resolve, and indisputable effectiveness in fighting for love and equality for all make him a key figure in our nation's story of freedom.
How out of it is he? Is he out of it at all? He's able to like understand. It seems like he's able to understand stuff. He's just jerky. He can't walk right because it's like it doesn't affect his mental, does it?
Jane Goodall.
I'm not sure either because it seems like his facial expressions are overly emphasized.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to
Well,
Jane Goodall.
a nerve thing.
From war-torn England to the jungles of Tanzania, Dr. Jane Goodall's childhood passion for animals led her to explore wildlife in Africa. Her groundbreaking discoveries of chimpanzees challenged scientific
that's right. That's who that is.
Conversation methods
I recognized her.
And redefined our understanding of the connection between humans, animals, and the environment we share. Jane's activism, vision, and message of hope have mobilized a global movement to protect the planet.
He hangs out with huge ass.
She has taught us that when we search for humanity in the natural world around us, we discover it within ourselves.
She hangs out with like animals that could rip her arms off. That's pretty cool. Oh, is she really? What do you mean? Doesn't she do that? Does she teach some monkey how to sign language or something? Well, this motherfucker's gonna live forever with HIV. It's insane.
Accepting on behalf of Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer is Doris Hamer Richardson.
He's not only living, he's super healthy looking.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, one of the most powerful voices of the civil rights movement. Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer spent 18 years as a sharecropper in Mississippi before learning that black citizens had a constitutional right to vote. With that newfound freedom, she sacrificed her own safety to organize and register fellow black voters across the South. Brutally beaten but undeterred, for decades, she spoke truth to power to expand political participation and economic rights for all Americans, and left these words echoing the nation's conscience: nobody's free until everybody is free. Irvin Magic Johnson.
Why is he so happy?
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Irvin Magic Johnson. With unmatched vision and versatility, Irvin Magic Johnson drove the Showtime era for the Los Angeles Lakers. 5-time NBA champion, 3-time MVP, 12-time All-Star, Olympic gold medalist, and the Naismith Hall of Famer. Under the same bright lights, his honesty about his HIV status shattered stigma and saved lives.
That was kind of a big deal. Made HIV cool again.
Build a true business empire, he champions underserved
Magic's got it, bro.
With a legendary will and smile, Magic Johnson rose from the playground in Lansing, Michigan, to become one of the most beloved athletes of our time.
What? He's getting the Medal of Freedom for what exactly? For being a basketball star and having AIDS? I mean HIV? That's interesting. Medal of Freedom. I wonder who Trump's going to give it to. This is going to have me wanting to watch this.
Accepting on behalf of Robert Francis Kennedy is Kerry Kennedy. The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Robert Francis Kennedy. Born into a revered family of service, Robert F. Kennedy forged the path toward freedom that endures today. Guided by the Constitution as his conscience, he was a key strategist to his brother's successful campaigns for Senate and the presidency, before serving as Attorney General, Senator, and a presidential candidate himself. With deep empathy and resolve, powerful prose and poetry, he focused the nation's moral compass on the cause of civil rights. the dignity of the poor, and the ripples of hope we can each cast as we choose not division, not hatred, not violence or lawlessness, but love, wisdom, and compassion toward one another.
Anyone out of Kennedy, stand up.
Ralph Lauren.
Ralph Lauren.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Ralph Lauren. The son of Polish immigrants and a U.S. Army veteran, Ralph Lauren transformed a small necktie business into one of America's most iconic brands, leaving a lasting imprint on the world of fashion, fragrance, furniture, and beyond. Throughout it all, he remains a dedicated philanthropist, including fighting to end cancer as we know it. Classic yet creative, timeless yet innovative, Ralph Lauren reminds us of our distinct style as a nation of dreamers and doers. William Sanford Nye. The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to William Sanford Nye. A Washington, D.C. native, Bill Nye began his career as a cutting-edge mechanical engineer in Seattle before becoming a beloved science educator for the nation. Earning 19 Emmy Awards for his energetic experiments on television as Bill Nye the Science Guy, he also earned the trust of millions of children and families. By sharing the magic of fun and science, he inspires generations of Americans to follow facts and reason and leave the world better than we found it. Accepting on behalf of George W. Romney is Mitt Romney. The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to George W. Romney. Born to humble beginnings as the son of Mormon missionaries, George Romney developed a deep belief in the idea that everyone deserves a fair shot at the American dream. As a respected auto executive and three-term Republican governor of Michigan, he served as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, advanced civil rights, tackled poverty, and stood up for everyday Americans, embodying an enduring faith in God and a love of country. David M. Rubenstein. The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to David M. Rubenstein. From a working class family in Baltimore, David Rubenstein has become a renowned leader in business, arts, and culture. After serving our nation on the staff of the Senate Judiciary Committee and in President Carter's White House, David went on to become a transformational business leader and philanthropist, from advancing cutting-edge cancer treatment to restoring our nation's monuments. His leadership reminds us that at our best, we learn from, preserve, and share our history so that everyone sees themselves in the story of America. Accepting on behalf of George Soros is Alex Soros.
Oh, come on. How rich is this kid?
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to George Soros. Born into a Jewish family in Hungary, George Soros escaped Nazi occupation to build a life of freedom for himself and countless others around the world. Educated in England, he settled in America as he became an investor and philanthropist, supporting key pillars of open societies, rights and justice,
George Soros is being celebrated. I didn't know they liked him like that.
His inspiring generosity reminds us all of our capacity and our obligation to stand up
Oh, because
to the
he
abuse
funds
of
their
power
riots
and
and
to be
shit.
guardians of democracy and all people yearning to be free.
He funds the migration.
George Stevens, Jr.
I'm pretty sure this other person that's feeding the cats, he's not getting them. He's not trying to TNR any of them at all. It's not even, he's not taking them to vets. He's not getting them looked at. None of that. He's just fucking feeding them. And he's making it so I can't get them taken to a vet. Kinda, a little bit. It's like enabling the fucking drug addicts in that tent city. They don't want help because they don't know any better. And he's keeping me from being able to help them by giving them junk food every day.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to George Stevens, Jr. Born into an entertainment family in Los Angeles, George Stevens,
don't want to
Jr.
have to
found his
talk to him
own
about
purpose
it.
as a storyteller. As a young age,
I think he's a
in the Kennedy
tweaker, like I said.
administration, he produced
also.
hundreds of documentaries that championed freedom and democracy. He then created the American Film Institute and Kennedy Center Honors, lifting up the arts and artists at the heart of American culture. In a career spanning 7 decades, George's creativity, vision has helped redeem the soul of a nation founded on the power of free expression.
Like he's super buddy with them, but he's not actually trying to get them help but feed them. I was trying to trap them, man, until I think he came along, possibly. Now they're...
Denzel Washington.
Yeah, I had to get him to fucking do it for priceless, actually. I had to make the appointment and everything. I remember that shit. He wanted me to take her. Oh, I was supposed to take... You wanted me to take both of them.
Denzel Washington is considered one of the greatest actors of our time. Over 4 decades on screen and stage, his portrayals of iconic figures and everyday people have earned him wide acclaim that includes 2 Academy Awards, 2 Golden Globes, and a Tony Award so far. The admiration of audiences and peers is only exceeded by that of the countless young people he inspires. With unmatched dignity, extraordinary talent, and unflinching faith in God and family, Denzel Washington himself is a defining character of the American story.
Who's handed you the shake? Oh, he gives him the hug. And the kiss on the cheek. What's happening right now? He's trying to get in good with the president. That's what's happening.
Anna Wintour.
He's rich as fuck. Now he wants all the power.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Anna Wintour.
It's not
The daughter
real.
of a former newspaper editor, Anna Wintour has used her creative talent, taste, and style for decades to redefine fashion journalism in America and around the world.
Fashion
Pushing
journalism.
creative boundaries, she uses fashion as a
That's
mirror to
what
reflect
we
our
need in
culture
America.
and helps the next generation of entrepreneurs
Fucking
and designers
stupid.
define their vision and find their
Who
voice. From
cares?
the pages of magazines to runways and red carpets, Anna Wintour has cemented her
Bro,
legacy
we don't
as a
need
global
fucking
fashion,
more college kids trying to be fashion designers, do we really?
cultural, and business icon.
Okay. Great. It's great. Yeah, I'm sure you're so perfect. Everybody and their fucking mom wants to be a fucking influencer on Instagram. It's pretty much fashion related. We don't need more of that being peddled.
Not a bad group, huh?
Who picks the people anyway? Did he pick all of them personally?
Thank you to your families for your service and theirs to the nation.
He's reading that.
Congratulations. Let's remember, our sacred effort continues.
He's fucking reading
Let's
this.
keep going. As my mother would say, we got to keep the faith. God bless you all. May God protect our church. Please enjoy the reception. God love you all.
And the Medal of Freedom recipients have departed the East Room.
Will you honor your campaign pledge to release all marijuana debates?
What? Marijuana debates? Yeah, legalize marijuana before you go to office. That really pissed Trump off. It's not time to clap, lady. She's out of it on high on the Klonopins.
I don't know, I just like clapping. I'm so happy to be here. I can sound to know your penis so big.
She even looked back at her like, why are you clapping, lady? I mean, she's clapping too. Don't give in. Mitt Romney gets no claps. It's Lou. Look, they're mods. It might be. They're everywhere. How'd this lady get in there? Huh. She had her beanie on still. Dude, they're not eating my food today, man. I'm about to go out there and scrape it into a little mound so I feel better about it. Oh, the Democrats think there's going to be chaos.
Focused on accountability.
I'll be right back.
Donald
I'm
Trump
sorry. I got
is scheduled to be
scraped.
sentenced on 34 counts of falsifying business records ahead of his inauguration. And Judge Juan Merchan made clear yesterday that the timing of this sentencing is all Trump's doing. Quote, the record is clear that defendant not only consented to, but in fact requested the very adjournment that led us down the path we are on. Any claim defendant may have that the circumstances have changed as a result of defendant's victory in the presidential election, while convenient, is disingenuous. The decision to uphold Trump's conviction and schedule the sentencing for January 10th almost certainly means Trump will be the first felon to serve as president of the United States. Now, if the sentencing goes forward as planned, it will come on the same week as the anniversary of the January 6th attack on the Capitol, where, yet again, Donald Trump has all but escaped accountability for his role in attempting to overturn a free and fair election. Now, this week, President Biden honored Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney with the Presidential Citizens Medal for their work on the January 6th Select Committee. Joining us now, former senior advisor to the January 6th Select Committee and former Virginia Congressman Denver Riggleman. He's the author of The Breach, the untold story of the investigation into January 6th. Also with us, former Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn.
Thank you both for being with us today. Congressman, I guess what is happening in the world? There is a sense that people I don't want people to get desensitized by everything that is happening here. Michael was absolutely correct. Donald Trump is going to be sentenced. Now nothing going to happen to him. Let's just be very clear. Judge Juan Merchan has been very clear that the sentencing is to uphold the rule of law and he's still he's been convicted by a jury, and he won't do any jail time. He likely won't have any fines, but he was convicted. And then a little over a week later, he's going to go on and assume the office of the presidency. Put a finer point on it for us.
Somebody used the word gobsmacked, which I think is the best word to use when you're talking about a felon being elected to presidency of the United States. And, and looking at Harry, it's good to see you, Harry. Great to see you here. Buddy. I think it's also an incredible slap to the face of everybody who protected the Capitol that day. And knowing I was coming on with Harry, I thought about January 6th specifically in the phone call that I actually got from Liz Cheney after January 6th happened. I'd only been out of Congress for 3 days. And, during that second impeachment, I was asked for a preliminary report on the individuals we saw on social media that had actually attacked the Capitol. And what we saw in there, we had 7 white nationalist groups there. And we already saw organization between those groups and their actual posts and some of the places they were on, whether it was the Donald.win or 4chan or some of their other encrypted chats or Facebook, right, things like that. So that was 3 days afterwards I delivered a report to Liz Cheney. This is well before the January 6th committee. And when I look at the data that I saw there, the fact that we already saw QAnon types of things being retweeted by President Trump, the president-elect, as early as May 2020, the fact he's still coming out with QAnon pins, the fact that he's a convicted felon, the fact that he's an adjudicated sexual abuser, all that stuff is gobsmacking to anybody who is on the rational and sane side. The issue we have, though, is that he won the popular vote. And I think that's the thing I'm trying to get my arms around. What happens next? Where do we go from here? And how, did another party how were they not able to take the vote? It is absolutely incredible. And I don't know if it's a testament to the disinformation, the new media alternate channels out there, or it's the fact that we only have 2 parties and there's this rot that's happening in this very dynamic society. I don't know how to get my arms around that with the data that I saw in the January 6th committee.
With the data and also with the consequences of what we saw on January 6th, you had Congressman Raskin talking about what this all means. Take a listen.
This is perhaps the most well-documented crime in American history, certainly the most well-documented crime against a group of police officers. We had 140 officers who were wounded with traumatic brain injuries and who got strokes, heart attacks, broken shoulders, necks, ribs, jaws, nose, skulls, you name it, all of it. So I think that we have got to bear down and make sure that people are studying each of these cases. And Donald Trump has got to take full responsibility and accountability for whatever happens with each of these people.
So for a little bit more context, the congressman there is talking about potential pardons for some of the folks who participated in January 6th. What message does it send someone like you if all of a sudden he's pardoning all these people?
Well, we knew that it was coming. I mean, he ran his campaign on pardoning, so it kind of softens the blow. The only, I guess, in this day and age, we were searching for moral victories. The only moral victory is that pardon doesn't erase a guilty verdict, or these individuals, they pled guilty. A jury of their peers found them guilty, so they'll have to live with that always. The people, the jury of their peers got it right. But if you look at all the people that are sitting in jail, the people that went to jail, those people weren't sitting in jail for months and years for trespassing. They went to jail for assaulting police officers, the broken bones, the limbs. They had the opportunity to just bypass all the officers and just go in the Capitol. They had us outnumbered that many. But if you look at all the footage, if Michael Fanone comes to mind, Michael Fanone was on the ground. They didn't bypass Michael Fanone once he was down. They went back and kept kicking him while he was down. It wasn't just as simple as you were in our way, now we got past you, now we moved by you. They were there with the intent to harm and hurt people, whoever got in their way. And fortunately for the police officers that were there that day, the men and women of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, no members of Congress were hurt, no staff was hurt, whether it was an independent, a Republican, a Democrat, a MAGA supporter, it didn't matter. They all escaped harm that day because of the brave men and women of law enforcement.
And let's not forget, it was after that, those same Republican individuals that you protected would not agree to a resolution supporting the police officers and committing themselves by recognizing and awarding those officers the Congressional Gold Medal. So, yeah.
But wait, to that point, let's be clear. They did actually. Well, not the gold medal. Right. There was a resolution that passed in Congress, the plaque that was supposed to go up, which Speaker Mike Johnson has failed to put up. It's already passed in law. It's signed into law under the last Congress, and Speaker Mike Johnson has refused to put that up. And that just shows to go more slap in the face to the officers that day.
These are the same people who come out running around talking about, the blue,
back the blue,
back the blue, yeah. Okay, so Denver, you've got the whiner in chief this morning at 7 a.m. Putting out tweets whining about the fact that there's never been a president who was so evilly and illegally treated as I. This sense of, oh, woe is me, as we look at what Judge Merchan is going to do coming up on the 10th, the inauguration. How do you see the beginning of this administration with the threat likely to happen of pardoning January 6ers, with the threat likely to happen of firing federal employees because, well, I don't know, they're federal employees. How do you see this starting out in just 2 weeks' time?
Well, Michael, it's good to see you too. I think we got an indicator of Marjorie Taylor Greene telling a reporter, I think it was Matt Laszlo, I just saw it pop up on my feed, that she thought January 6th should be a national holiday of celebration. I think that's how you look at it. When I was listening to Harry, when you talk about the physical assaults on officers and somebody either joking around or saying January 6th should be a celebration, it's absolutely horrendous. And when you see a tweet, there's two D's that come to mind, right? There's delusional and deranged, right? When you're looking at somebody who's tweeting those type of things. And I think when you're looking at the start, I think you're looking at legislation where you're going to see the chaos of yesterday, which people said, oh, first ballot for Mike Johnson. You guys know that wasn't that easy. And you know that there had to be a lot of arm twisting for people to vote for Mike Johnson for speaker. I think you're going to see chaos, because how do you run a government if so many people that are making policy believe in fantasies and disinformation? How do you run a government if you have somebody from the president-elect on down to a huge amount of congressional representatives who believe in the fantasy of stop the steal or other type of conspiracy theories and disinformation. And how do you trust anybody to make policy and law, as you were saying about the January 6th plaque, Harry, and also about some of the resolutions we have in Congress for law enforcement? How do you respect people who talk about back to blue or talk about real legislation who can't even acknowledge what happened on January 6th? I think that's the issue we have, and what I've been worried about is how do you make policy based on fantasy, and how do you have individuals who are afraid to actually face truth or be honest with constituents or themselves? How do you trust them to come up with any type of legislation or foreign policy or domestic policy that makes any sense? We should be concerned, and I guess I'm understating that a good bit, but I think that's what we're going to see at the beginning. And I think the indicators are what you see the congressional representatives saying about January 6th, I think is huge about the whole fabric of what's going to happen over the next 4 years.
Congressman, you going to run for governor?
Oh. Ah, my gosh, that was my gosh. I mean,
I was told like 60 seconds. That's me.
Let's turn that corner.
Well,
man, that was fast. I tell you that I do have an exploratory committee about statewide office. You know, I have AI companies and I make whiskey too. I mean, I make whiskey and go after bad guys. That's my life.
The best kind of governor in my book.
Thank you so much, buddy. But, you know, I'm looking at independent. You know, I was talking about the corruption and rot and the two-party system. I know that makes people angry. I've had so many people say, my gosh, Denver, you got to do this. And so many people, especially who are invested, you know, in what we're doing right now, and sort of this corporate two-party structure that are coming off the top. We're like, how dare you? You can't run outside being a Democrat, Republican. You're a traitor. So, you know, I have a lot of this happening right now, but I don't give a rat's. I'm going to do a real exploratory committee for statewide office because, you know, corruption's not just quid pro quo. Corruption's also really rot. And I think after what I've seen these last 4 years, why not? You know, maybe somebody needs to breach the wall. But again, it is a true exploratory committee because of my prior commitments. But thanks for that really incredible question right off the top rope. That really excites me. I really enjoy it.
Well, look, Harry was in the pool last
score bot's down. Eli bot. The numbers are wrong.
I also have to say, why not is not a bad yard sign.
Either anytime soon. Just down apparently. So the viewers, I'm just going to take it off. So it just stays 0 constantly. It's not going to change. I just checked their Discord. I'm not the only one. Hey, kitty. Hey, kitty, kitty, come here. Come here, kitty. Come here, my little kitty. Yes, I must make a brew with your liquids. You gotta put them in a bowl for me, yes? I'm gonna squeeze you. I'm gonna squeeze. Give you a give me my liquids. Oh, yes. I need that for my stew. My porridge. My potion. My kitty liquids.
We do continue to learn a lot more about the suspect. This is video provided by our Fox 26 Houston team that does show the home belonging to Jabbar. Now, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has announced that bomb-making materials were found inside the 42-year-old's home. That is according to a release put out by the FBI. In that release, officials said they are working diligently to further the investigation and evaluate evidence, interview victims, and analyze tips related to the attack on Bourbon Street. Officials said that 2 days into the investigation, the FBI had received almost 1,000 tips, and leads have been sent to the FBI field offices all over the country for investigation. FBI officials stated that as of Thursday, all evidence recovery along Bourbon Street and a short-term rental home over in New Orleans that was used by Jabbar have been completed. While over at the location of that short-term rental, FBI officials said bomb-making materials, which were rendered safe, and other items were found and collected for further processing. FBI special agents located similar materials, they say, at the search of Jabbar's home. That is over on Crescent Peak Drive in Houston, and you can see some of the video there on your screen. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms determined that Jabbar was the only person who could have had access to the home when the fire was set. The ATF also determined that Jabbar set a small fire in the hallway and strategically placed accelerants all throughout the house in his effort to destroy it and other evidence of the crime.
Why?
However, officials...
Why? That's what gets me. Did he think he was going to get away with it? I'm confused. Like, he rented this place under his name, right? And he's just going to torch the place. And what's that going to do? Why? I mean, I don't get it, dude. Were the bombs supposed to go off the next day?
Officials said that after Jabbar left the home, the fire burned to a point that it did extinguish itself prior to spreading to other rooms.
It was a Bourbon
allowing
Street.
for the recovery of
I'm
evidence,
thinking,
including
why didn't it go
precursors
off?
for bomb-making material and a privately made device
seems to have
suspected
went
of
through
being a silencer for a rifle.
so much
Evidence
trouble
collected
for
from
these
multiple sites are
bombs
being
that didn't even
evaluated to
work.
further the investigation. Now, the FBI said that during his attack on Bourbon Street, Jabbar intended to use a transmitter that was found in the F-150 truck to detonate 2 IEDs that he placed on Bourbon Street. The transmitter, along with 2 firearms connected to Jabbar, is being transported to the FBI lab for additional testing, as well as clothing and shell
You
casings
didn't
from the
press them
truck.
fast enough or
FBI
something?
personnel also evaluating
Weird.
terabytes worth of video and other data collected by street cameras that are monitored by the New Orleans Real-Time Crime Center. The FBI said they are continuing to surge
Why didn't they go
resources
off?
from
Yeah, it's
across the
weird.
country to assist the field office in New Orleans, in addition to FBI special agents and personnel based in Louisiana. More than 200 additional personnel have been brought in to assist in the investigation in order to process evidence, support victims,
Oh, really?
and
No
investigate
burn mark.
leads and tips. Personnel support includes, but is not limited, we're told, to special agents, victim specialists, evidence technicians, specially trained crisis management personnel, and intelligence analysts. The FBI says the number of victims killed in the attack does remain at 14 people, with a total of 35 others injured. Officials said they expected the number of injured to rise as additional people either take themselves to hospitals with injuries or ask for assistance from the FBI. The investigation into the attack ongoing, and officials said they will provide additional details as necessary. Again, you are taking a look inside of the home and outside as well in this video provided
on Friday to continue
physical evidence, always the property, but also to maintain the potential.
Vancouver?
Yeah, it's very good, very good.
Very good, very good. Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Enjoy the rest of your time here.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Have a good day too.
Stay safe. How you doing, sir?
Where's Brody
Doing
at?
good? What's it like living here in Vancouver right now?
It's not bad. It's warmer than normal, but it's still pretty hard. I live outside, so it's more difficult than living inside.
And how has the decriminalization of drugs affected the people here in Canada?
I don't know, but I can speak for myself. It hasn't done a lot. Just people feel a little less stress that they're going to be arrested or something like that when they have their drugs.
And is it still decriminalized drugs?
No.
No. So it is illegal. It is illegal.
They're just not going to arrest you for it. They don't have time or whatnot.
So they're not arresting people right now. And
no, they're not arresting people for having small amounts of any drug, but it doesn't mean now it's legal. But it's definitely on the path to being there. Yeah.
Oh wow. You think that'd be a good thing for them to legalize all drugs?
To possess small quantities of it, yes.
Small quantity. And are you current?
No, not to sell it or anything. No.
Not to sell it though. That would not be good if they sold it, but to use it, I guess it's all right. And what are you currently using any drugs?
No, not now. But I used to use a drug called methamphetamine.
Methamphetamine. Yeah. And we've seen a lot of people here just the past day, and they also have like how you're kind of slunched over right now. Is that a result of the fentanyl or the result of the meth?
No, it's crystal. It's not offensive of either. It's people have mooted or they've tried to make it seem like it, and maybe it is. I'm not a doctor, but in my case, I didn't do fentanyl. I never did what they call down heroin. I never did that. And the crystal meth hasn't changed any of it over the. It's because you live outside, you have to carry your house sort of with you. And so you're carrying around 40, 60, and then you're getting stronger, and 80 pounds with you every day. You're going to start hunching over when you're tired. You start doing this when you're tired. And eventually my back just couldn't hack it because I'm 58 years old now. And so I couldn't, I ended up hunching over like this to carry the extra weight. I mean, this is nothing. It's like 30 or 40 pounds for these two knapsacks, so that's it.
You fucked his back up.
I can almost stand up straight again.
Oh, yeah.
Once it was mentioned to me, I had to change my diet and basically quit using the methamphetamine, but I still have trouble like this. I still have to go like this sometimes. Sometimes I get lazy and I'm hunched over. But I mean, I've seen guys who are like they're all hunched over. They don't have a hope. Like raising their hands over their heads and stuff is very difficult. So even without the stuff on, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Really?
So, you know, like I don't know if you know anything about American politics, but John McCain was a U.S. senator, and he couldn't, after he crashed his airplane and had to go to the Hanoi Hilton, he could never again raise his hands over his, and that's what it kind of reminds me of.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank
How
you.
long have you been living out here on the streets for?
7 years, 6.5 years.
7 years. What do you think the future of Canada looks like?
I don't know. I don't know if Justin Trudeau's going to hold the party together or if he's going to move out. And then
Do you think it'd be good for Justin Trudeau to leave politics?
I don't know. I haven't watched any. I used to be heavily into American politics. And when Donald Trump defeated Hillary Clinton, I haven't watched a newscast since then. No, I haven't watched CNN. This is like 2016 last time I watched anything like that.
Yeah.
And so and
then did you hear that Donald Trump? I'm not sure if you heard this or not. Donald Trump said he wants to make Canada the 51st state.
Yeah, they won't go for that. England won't go for that, so forget it.
Okay, England won't go for it. All right, thank you so much, sir.
Canada wanted to. England, like if the U.S. tried to force us to be the 50, England would go fine. We're shutting down all your goddamn military bases and your Navy ships, and now you can't get into Europe. So
you don't think that England would allow the United States to overtake Canada?
No way. No way.
No way. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome, you guys. I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
We hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. Let's see. How are you doing, ma'am? Would you like Canada to become the 51st state? No English? Español? Where are you from? ¿De dónde eres? De Chile. Wow. Yo también viví en Chile, en Santiago.
Really?
Yeah, this is the lady right here. She's from Chile. I used to live in Chile. En Puente Alto. Un poco flight ahí. Yeah. Okay, she's got to go. She's got to go, everybody. I used to live in Chile. All right, interesting so far. The decriminalization of drugs, I don't think it was a very good thing here in Canada. This guy's going to hit the ski lifts right now. I'm not sure how good the audio is right now, but because of the rain, the microphone might be down, so make sure you guys' volume is turned up all the way, because it's raining right now. Rain or shine, we are outside. How you doing, sir? What do you think about Canada becoming the 51st state?
Sorry, I'm late for work, man.
Okay. Have a good one. Where shall we go? Let's go right here. Let's see, let's cross the street here.
Yeah, she didn't want any of the gravy, beef. Maybe that's why Tuck stopped showing up. He actually didn't like. He actually doesn't like that gravy one either that I was putting on top of the fancy feast. Maybe. That's wild. She didn't eat any of that one. She only ate the regular fancy feast.
Kind of an eerie day out here on the streets of Canada.
Simon's food from last night.
Let's move down this way.
She's definitely pregnant.
How you doing, sir? Alrighty, let's talk to these folks up here. That's not him. Hello. How you doing, sir? Do you live here in Vancouver?
I do.
Can we talk to you really quick?
What?
Yeah, we just heard we're from the United States, and the cost of living here has reached like unfathomable numbers. Is that true?
I can't comment.
Can't comment?
No. I work in I'm an apartment manager.
He's an apartment manager. How much has rent gone up for a lot of the people here?
Rent's gone down.
Rent's gone down, he says.
Progressively going down.
It's progressively going down. That's contrary to what we've heard. But he works in the apartment sector, so maybe rent is going down because rent did go up so much. We talked to a guy yesterday. We've been down here in Vancouver for the past day or so, and he said for a 2-bedroom apartment here, just on the outskirts of Vancouver, he's paying $4,000 for an apartment here in Vancouver. All right, everybody. Here we go. Talk to these folks. How you guys doing? Having a good day? Español? Português? Vos Brazil? Todo bien. Ciao. All right, let's talk to these people. So far, we haven't found too many people that are even speaking English out here. Alrighty, let's see. Are these people? Nope, not speaking English. How are you guys?
Hello.
How are you? Do you guys live here in Canada?
Sorry?
Do you guys live in Canada?
No.
No? Where are you guys from?
Brazil.
Brazil?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What part? What part of Brazil?
The middle of Brazil, Goiás.
Hey.
Oh, wow. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Brazil. All the way from Brazil. They come in here to Canada. It's cold up here in Vancouver right now. All right, let's talk to this person. We're going to head over this way. We'll show you guys a little bit of everything going on. You guys want us to go down to where it's a little crazy as far as like the fentanyl drugs go down here on East and Hastings Street? It gets pretty wild. How you doing, sir? We're live right now talking to people down here in Vancouver. What do you think about your Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau? No? Okay, we'll move on. All right, let's go to the bus stop. Let's talk to the people over here, I guess. That guy didn't want to talk. Oh well. Nope. All right, crossing. All right, there should be a lot of people right here at this bus stop that we can talk to. How you doing? Let's see. Let's talk to these people up here at this bus stop, see what they got to say. How are you guys doing? You guys live here in Canada? You guys live in Vancouver?
Yeah.
What's it like living here?
What? Sorry?
Do you like living here?
Yes. Actually, we have like 3 months here living here.
Okay, where are you from?
We're from Mexico.
From Mexico. And what brings you guys here to Vancouver?
I'm studying a master and he's working.
Yeah.
Okay, very nice.
Well, both are working. Both of us are working.
And how are the wages here? How much are they? Do they pay good here?
How much time or?
Do they pay good?
Yeah, well, in some words, right? But it's depend of your profession. For example, in my case, I am an electronic engineer, and my wife is an architect. So, yeah, it's good for us.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah,
An architect, not a structural engineer.
Yeah,
she wants to make buildings look pretty.
With a low salary, you can live well, like kind of well. But
Isn't this
anyway,
pretty?
like in other kind of jobs, you can earn more.
Okay,
makes
very
such
cool.
a
Thank you guys so much for
pretty.
your time. Enjoy your day. All right. Oh, this guy's got the Canadian jacket on. Let's see if we can talk to this mom right here.
Hold up. Do we want to watch this or do we want to watch this?
Keeping somebody like Donald Trump, a tyrant, a
This is live.
dictator, no mechanism to keep a fascist out of power. But we do have such a mechanism.
Listen to these mad people.
An appointment so they know that you're coming.
How mad are they?
You can also just open the door and walk in. They have a receptionist. Let them know
This
why
is
you're there.
comedy,
It's
actually, watching how mad they
This
are.
is really a golden opportunity while you're here in the Capitol to do that. I've spent every day that I've been here, I've spent on the Senate building or the representatives buildings going door to door. And thank you very much. I'm sorry I can't stay at the rally with you because I've really got some assignments I need to get done today.
Oh,
and
you're too
surprisingly, they're in
cold.
their offices a lot now because they're setting up new offices. A lot of them have just moved. So you want to verify their room numbers on the internet.
Are they there now?
Some of them are there right now today. A lot are working the weekend.
They wouldn't let me in today.
I'm on my way. If the door's unlocked, you can walk right in.
I'll go with you.
Okay, I'm on my way. I have a bike here, and I'm going to go do that. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for putting this out there, guys. And thank you to Jessica Denson. Lights on. Stand up and stand out. Be brave. Be courageous. And who else wants to try and say something about this issue? Josh, are you back here? You want to entertain us some more?
I
wish I had a song to sing for you, but I don't know how to sing.
That's all right. That's all right. Karaoke.
Okay, so who just
That's a guy. Josh.
we know that
That's
you have to
Josh.
be, intermingling and
It's
making
Josh, by the way.
So in it together, and I would like to know.
Oh my God.
Anybody
This
here
is better
from
than I thought.
West Coast, California, Washington, Oregon? Anybody come from that? I did. Yeah. Where from? Seattle, Washington.
Holy shit.
Seattle, Washington. Where did you come? Did you
What is
drive and
Josh?
fly in? Did you get here today?
I came in last night.
And so, what was the driving force? What brought you to Washington D.C. this weekend?
Defend the Constitution.
All right, yeah, that's where we all are. Okay, where anybody else from West Coast?
Defend the Constitution. That's why they're there.
Back this way into
They didn't have a.
the Midwest.
Wait a second.
From where? Where are you from?
I'm from Ohio. I'm from Ohio.
And you got here when?
I came in yesterday afternoon.
And so, what was your driving force behind coming?
Well, I've been seeing a lot of stuff that's been happening in this country. Not really sure what to do for a while, but then when I heard about this march, I decided, you know what, I can finally do something about it now.
Right. Have you ever marched before?
Yeah, I once participated in a women's march around the time they overturned Roe v. Wade in my hometown of Gabriel.
Welcome. Anybody else, Midwest folks? Who's here? All right, you know what I interviewed you.
This dude doesn't. Dude, this guy doesn't know if he wants to be a woman or a man, so he dresses up like a woman and acts like a man. What the fuck are you supposed to call this person? A they them? Is this a they them? Is this the they them they talk about? Or is this a zim? Fuck it.
And I came out because I have to do something. I cannot do nothing. I can't. And this was an opportunity that came up, and I can't afford to wait until the 18th to come and protest.
Right. Yeah. We're 48 hours out, right? This is a do or die. I keep saying it, do or die, now or never. And so, welcome from Texas. I'm sure it's not this weather in Texas, right? It's not quite this cold, right? Well, don't leave it up to Ted Cruz. Anyway, who else?
Because the hair of the makeup says woman.
West Texas, Oklahoma, anybody? Arizona. All right. Tell us about the shoes, political climate
platforms
in the town that you live. Just there in that really critical state.
Well, I'm in Tucson, so we're purple, and we're run mostly by Democrats.
Unless he's going for the what's Steve Tyler look. Is that what's going? Is that it? No, it can't be. This is a Democratic thing, dude. He's definitely a drag queen or some shit. Well, bro. Steven Tyler, a drag queen.
So so it's a lot nicer there than a lot of other parts of Arizona.
Right. And when did you get here?
I got here 2 days ago, last minute.
Well, you are on the right side of history. I will say that. Okay, who else from in the middle of the country? Anybody else? All right, we're going to do the mobile interview.
I'll tell you what, there aren't that many of you on the right side of history.
Drove in from Chicago, came in right before the event started yesterday, drove all night, didn't go to the Capitol afterwards, went and took a nap.
Understandable. All right. Okay, who here from the Southeast? I know I don't sound like I'm from the South, do I? Yeah, that's long syllables. I'll tell you about myself. I'm one of the grassroots organizers here with Jessica Denson, and she's going to be coming in just a minute with some special guests just to let you guys know what's happening. But we've got several grassroots organizers here that we have really done this and pulled this off in the last week. And but I hail from Nashville, Tennessee, but I've been in West Hollywood, California for the last 16 years.
Oh, so, West Hollywood, he's definitely gay. West Hollywood.
Where I live now, very different.
West Hollywood is the gay capital of LA County. Oh, you're so hard to hold on to sometimes. You know that? Which way we doing over and how good is we doing over here? Yeah.
Political and cultural climates, and so I believe that it's power in what we are doing. There is power in peacefulness. And let me tell you this, folks, no matter what like I say, you can call me anything. You can call me conspiracy theorist. You can call me blue. I don't care. This is do or die. And this is our moment. This is about a moment, and you're part of that. And you can say your story will be that you are here, no matter what the outcome is, that you were here and you did everything you can. You made the sacrifice, and you knew what was important and what is priority. And if you watch Jessica, if you was anybody that's been on the train with us, I've been saying that all this whole week. It's like we're all in the same train, we're going in the same direction. That everyone is like, yeah, we're concentrating on the wrong things right now. This is a button that we can push. It's a legal constitutional lever that we can pull.
She attacked my leg.
We can do that, and just like you can't be under 35 you can't be you have to be a native born citizen, like that. Like you can't do 2 out of 3. Like you've got to do all 3, and that's what it's just so plain. And so we there's lots of mis and disinformation, and we want to clarify. We want to talk about that stuff with you guys and the folks that are coming today and tomorrow, and just wanted to welcome you and let you know that we're coming from all different directions. Even the people in our core team are all from different parts of the country, been on Zoom calls, and just trying to make this happen. And isn't this a miracle? Like, look at this. Like, look what we have. Look where you're standing, and what we are getting to do in this moment. This is an iconic, beautiful picture, and you're a part of it, right? Give yourselves a hand. Yes.
I just want to say that I've written to a lot of friends who want to be here. I mean, there's dozens of people I've communicated with who say, I wish I could go, I just can't make it. So for everyone here, I think there's
sure there are
dozens, hundreds, thousands, I would guess really millions in the country who would love to be here.
Hundreds of thousands of people wish they could be there right now with you guys.
People that plan to come here. So I
millions.
really appreciate all you coming here. I didn't come all that far
Billions.
from Connecticut. But
The entire world wants to be there, for sure.
Of people in this country who feel exactly the same way we do. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Hi, I'm from Indiana. And if you're on Twitter, I am Shelly Sire. A lot of you reached out to me. I'm here if you want to talk. This is it, do or die, like everyone said. We cannot accept a fascist dictator in our democracy. Is for the future, is for the children. Save the children. Do not install an insurrectionist into our presidency.
They really believe this is going to happen, or what?
My name is Margie Ray, and I'm a transgender woman. I know I don't pass that well. I look like an old man, but I'm really not late. You know what? At least I'm valid. At least I'm not not disqualified from being an American citizen. Donald Trump is disqualified from being president again.
Yes,
And he wants to erase me? I don't think so. Who's next?
Hell is... Oh, it's a tranny. No wonder I don't know what's going on.
He should be in jail. Looks like they're going to try and sentence him on Friday. And what are they going to do? They're going to say, oh, get out of here. We don't want you in our jail.
They really...
Is that the way any of the rest of us here would be treated by the...
Does he really think that he... No one thinks that Trump's actually going to be in jail or prison, you dumbass.
If we were found guilty of 34 felonies...
Do they? They do.
So.
No.
If he wants to erase me, trans rights, transgender rights.
Trans rights.
That's right.
Trans rights.
Been embarrassing to America.
Say somebody else come take them.
Sir, I'm really sorry. I missed the first part of your speech. Can you do the speech again? Okay. Oh, no.
Can I do the speech again?
The first part.
My first part is where it's actually banned now, sir. My name is Margie Ray, and I'm a transgender woman. And I'm valid, and Donald Trump is disqualified.
That's right. You're valid.
Valid.
Hi there, I am Aaron from Tennessee. I am 26.
Tennessee's making a bunch of weirdos
In the
lately.
2016 election, I was 18. It was the first time I could vote. I look around and I see
I'm from
a lot
Tennessee.
of older faces. Where are the young people? Are we not the ones going to inherit this nation? I see a lot of older faces, and I want to say thank you, because y'all were the ones paving the path for us. Y'all were the ones doing the gay rights movement. Y'all were the ones doing the civil rights movement. And now you're here again, paving the way for democracy and protecting it. Thank you so much.
I'm a younger person.
And I'm glad to have you. Why is the younger demographic the ones that don't vote?
Because they don't have the money to get here. That's why they're not here.
What?
They can't get good jobs
said
because
vote.
they can't get a good education because they can't afford it. We are killing them.
Oh, not be here.
Talk about housing. Give her the microphone. Yeah.
Yeah, the job economy.
Young people would love to be here. They would absolutely love it, but they cannot afford it because minimum wage is $7.25 and they are having to work 2, 3, 4 jobs just to pay the bills. Rent is too expensive. I have been teaching for 26 years and I cannot afford insurance in Texas. And if I had the insurance, I would still have to pay my deductible before I ever got it from the school district that I work in. Young people cannot afford to live, and they know it, and it's killing them, and they are dying because they're so disappointed in the rest of us. We were not good stewards. We allowed trickle-down economics to take away the stability that we had in the early 80s. It started with Reagan, and it's been getting worse ever since. Elon Musk made more while I've been doing this speech than I have all year. It's not okay.
No!
Eat the rich.
Eat the rich!
Taxation. Taxation. Tax them. They should pay more taxes than I do.
Yes!
I pay 22%. If Elon Musk paid 22% in taxes, all of us would have health care. All of us would have housing. All of us would have free education. All of us would not have to worry about paying bills and keeping our houses and keeping our apartments. All of us would be okay if Elon Musk paid 22%. Just him. Just him. Tax the rich. Pay their share. 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 Thank you.
Picking up on the teaching and the school side of things. So I've taught in a few different schools, and I did notice that in many of the poorer districts, you know, life is life. I mean, you're not going to change the way people behave. Nature, human beings have changed. Society has changed. It used to be you had dozens of children because most of them died. So we had a sex drive that made us have sex a lot. We can't help it. I mean, it's just something we do. So the problem is that people get pregnant. Women get pregnant, and sometimes they don't mean to. And sometimes you have single parents because someone died, or for whatever reason. I remember many kids whose mothers or fathers worked a couple of jobs just to be able to afford rent and food. And very often they couldn't stay home to make breakfast for their kids. This was a pretty common problem. And the kids wouldn't take care of themselves. The mother might be too tired to come home and make breakfast because she worked all night. So why not give them breakfast at school so they can learn? Because a kid who is malnourished, and I've seen plenty of them come to school, no breakfast, tired, haven't slept. You're paying $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, whatever it is, to teach a kid that much money to go to school and learn, and they're not learning anything because they can't keep their eyes open. They're malnourished, they're tired, they haven't gotten the calorie count they need. If we just give the food, and it doesn't cost that much if you do it on a massive scale, and real food and good food, decent food, not processed food, that lifts up the whole society. Everybody living in what looks like a ghetto could be a beautiful place because people there would get better educations. They'd have more energy. They'd work better. They'd be better citizens. Instead, you push them into poverty, and then you have problems with crime. There's no sense in that at all. It's ridiculous. And it's not what this country's supposed to be about. This is a country of the people, by the people, for the people, and not Donald Trump.
Hey, I'm John. I'm from Maryland. I'm not going to rehash everything that's been said. There's just so much on the line. The reason why we're here today is because this really is the last chance to prevent a lot of the horrible stuff that's coming down the pipe from happening. The 14th Amendment, Section 3 is very clearly written. The folks who we elect can read the Constitution themselves. They can read what it says. They can read that it just takes a vote to put the Constitution out there, and at that point, then they need 2/3 of both houses to allow Donald Trump to take office. This is serious business in part because of everything that everyone else, I mean, you could be here for days trying to describe why this is going to end badly. But this really is our last shot at doing something about it. And as someone was saying, there just aren't enough young people out here. I don't think we know the stakes for our future. So I really hope that the people that we elect will uphold their oaths and grow a spine.
You may not be successful this weekend. And that plunges us into a new part of history where there are fundamental problems that led to this moment that will still need to be addressed. And the only way we can do that is if we all do it together. Our brothers and sisters who wear red ties, they're still our brothers and sisters. They're still the only people we have to work with. So anyone we know who has a more conservative bent than us, we need them as our allies in the future. Moreover, I think it'll help all of America if we take care to understand what it's like to have different perspectives than us so that we can unify and not make fun of, especially when we have a big microphone. Especially then, I think we want to understand and speak from that place of understanding. The Constitution really is for all of us. And so by understanding each other, by especially connecting with the pain of every one of our American brothers and sisters, we can best come together and address the problems that we will be facing that we've never known before. So I think if we aren't successful this weekend, one of the things for us to focus on is, as an American who loves our country, or an American who loves every other American. No shame in having been deceived by Donald Trump's incredibly skillful rhetoric. Lies also. Yes, and there is an entire media ecosystem, not just on the right, pretty much the whole of it, which can many skillful people crafting a narrative that would deceive most any of us. And so those who hold different views than us, it's not entirely on them, but they've been taken advantage of just as we've all been taken advantage of in some way or another. And so it's through seeing the goodness, the shared human values, loving family, friends, nature, all the opportunities to express ourselves, to develop excellence, is through seeing that in each other and unifying around these shared human values that we gain the power to influence Washington in the direction we need. If instead we are laughing at each other, mocking each other, libtards, or whatever the insults might be, we don't together have the power to influence Washington. So through understanding, compassion, love for each other, maybe we can unify and turn this around in the coming years. Thank you all.
I don't want to offend anybody who has religious beliefs, because I think they all come to the same path eventually, if people just take the time to talk with one another. If you think about the book of Leviticus, it's really about people who had just fled captivity and were trying to build a new nation. They were isolated. There weren't very many of them, relative to people around them, and they were surrounded by enemies, so they needed to increase their numbers. But what's the next book in the Bible? It's Numbers, because they increased the numbers. We've got people in power now who want to decrease our numbers in this country, vastly. Just because these people look different, just because they may speak a different language or have a different creed, that doesn't mean they're not Americans and don't believe in the American ideal. We should be uniting people in this country and uniting people around the world to be our allies, because that's what Russia is going to try to do. They want us to deliberately alienate everyone in the world. That's what they've got Donald Trump doing. They've got him casting people out of this country who are going to go back to their place and say, America's not that great after all. That government actually stinks. They don't have a mechanism for keeping somebody like Donald Trump, a tyrant, a would-be dictator.
Why don't Democrats care as much about our national birth rate or fertility rate as they do about immigrants not being deported? They really want to ruin our fucking country, dude.
No mechanism to keep a fascist.
Let's just fill it full of a bunch of people that have no connection to our country.
It's the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and Congress has to employ it, or we're doomed. Seriously, think about it.
Regular old milk. But with Kerrygold grass-fed butter and Muscovado dark sugar.
About young people, I can say that I think that a lot of young people think that things have been this way, feel that they've been kind of, they can't do anything about whatever our lawmakers decide to do, and so they have dropped out. I have talked to a lot of people about coming out here. They have said that they don't think that anybody's going to do anything. And so they've dropped out. So then we have nations outside of ours that are also going to be subject to whatever tyranny is brought upon our country. And I think that in order to be good citizens, good global citizens as a nation, that our lawmakers should care. Our lawmakers should do whatever they can to stop this. And it's very simple. It may not succeed, but it's definitely worth trying. And in my opinion, Democrats have a lot more to lose by not trying this than they have if they try and fail.
Might as well give it over here. All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ingrid, and I'm from New York. And I have always considered myself one of the 14th Amendment, 14.3 amplifiers. I am very active on Twitter, and I've been pushing the 14th Amendment, 0.3, for a long time. Matter of fact, people told me they didn't know what I was talking about. But one thing we have to know is that that amendment is there for a reason. It was ratified after the Civil War. It was there to make sure that it protects, okay, thank you, that it protects us from tyranny. Yes. That is what's there. I don't care if you're independent, Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter. What we have in common is our U.S. Constitution. Yes. Okay? I am an immigrant. I came here in 1969. Okay? I became a citizen, believe it or not, January 6, 1989. And I want you to know something.
Come on, man.
I do believe that this land is the land of the free and the home of the brave. And if we don't come out and show our politicians that we want at least honor the Constitution, our politicians, the regular ones, take the oath, like me as a citizen, to defend, to protect, and defend the Constitution. Our president takes the oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. I will hope that President Biden, if you're listening, Merrick Garland, if you're listening, Kamala Harris, if you're listening, Hakeem Jeffries, Senator Schumer, please, we must honor our Constitution. Because tell me, how, I'm going to say it, in the hell are we going to take, the president-elect is going to take the oath on the 20th when he has dishonored it? So how is he going to raise his hand to take an oath to the Constitution? He doesn't care about when he doesn't care about the Constitution. He doesn't care about
doing
us.
that.
He incited an insurrection on January 6, 2021. And we can never forget that. And we have to make sure that our Congress does, please. And another thing, let's not let the Supreme Court tell us what's in the 14.3, because we could read, okay? We believe in education. Yes. We want to expand education. We don't want to take education away from anybody, okay? Again, in this country, it's rich of a melting pot of Americans. And we are here, it's cold as hell, but we are here making sure that everybody knows that you have to engage. You have to peacefully protest and let your politicians know
Trump's awesome,
that
Savage.
they must disqualify.
You know that.
Well, he's already disqualified according to the 14.3. Make sure he's removed.
Did you vote for Harris? Hold up.
Our government again. Thank you.
I'm sorry I keep on talking up here, but I got something else I want to say. There's a reason why Section 3 is self-executing. That means it doesn't really require a vote for it to be true, just like being under 35, just like being foreign-born. If you're an insurrectionist, you can't assume office. And here's it's a very simple thing. Anyone who creates an insurrection is going to have power in an organization and a willingness to break oaths, right? So if they have the power and the money and the deceitfulness to try to overthrow our government, create an organization to displace our government, then they have the money, power, influence, and deceitfulness to intimidate, bribe, or otherwise interfere with the workings of Congress.
Yes, they do.
And it happens to be, we do have an organization in Congress right now that seems to be doing things like this to many of us.
Yes.
Undermining our Constitution, threatening people, calling judges threatening judges, jurors, witnesses, lawyers, and people like this to try to prevent them from abiding by the law of the Constitution. This is a large conspiracy. Any such conspiracy,
sounds like a
large
conspiracy
enough
theory.
to cause an insurrection, is large enough to also corrupt Congress. And that's what's keeping him from just simply recognizing he's not qualified as an insurrectionist. Just like being under 35, just like being foreign born, being an insurrectionist disqualifies you. Now some of the dicta in this Supreme Court decision said, well, first you have to have a vote to see if you can just get rid of those ballots for this or that reason. And in order to do that, you just need a simple majority. Well, this is ridiculous. Why set the bar at 2/3 majority in both houses, which is there to prevent a corrupt Congress from lifting the disqualification? If you have with a simple majority, you can prevent that vote from ever even happening. That's ridiculous. It makes no sense at all. The only thing Congress can do, or should do on Monday, by law, is have a vote to see if they can get 2/3 of the Congress to lift the insurrection. That's it.
Yep.
There should be no other votes.
Exactly.
By law, the way the Constitution is written.
Exactly.
So,
You guys are
we're
so
calling
smart.
upon Congress to do what the Constitution says very clearly, and don't try to confuse us with legal language. We can read the Constitution. We know what it means. Read Section 3.
Yes.
It says an insurrectionist is disqualified.
Yes.
And that is self-executing, and you don't need any
He
other
isn't an
vote
insurrectionist, though. He didn't
except
go
one
in
to try to
anywhere.
lift that insurrection. That's it. Check it out.
Insurrectionists can't be president. Insurrectionists can't be president.
Insurrectionists cannot
Congress did a job.
All right, well, I don't know how I can follow up on that. I am 29 years old. I am one of the few people of my generation who are privileged enough to really be at this rally, as was established. And I'd like to think I've lived a pretty privileged life overall. I got a good education, I managed to get a good, well-paying job, and that's what
Bro, you're fucking tripping, Savage. You sound like a prepper. Y'all better get y'all stuff. You're gonna be eating prep food for the next 5 years, aren't you? If nothing happens, you sound like the people that they thought the whole world was gonna collapse in the year 2000. Remember? What 2000? The computers gonna everything. Oh my God! Everything. Are you ready? Are you ready, boy? 2000.
But you know who isn't so?
The Mayan calendar. Mayan calendar is going to invoice. Are you prepared? Mayan calendar. It's ended. What happened?
Privilege?
Hey, what about that guy in the street that's fucking... He's like, hey, in the world, the prophecy house. It's happening. It's happening. Dude, people have been saying shit's going to happen forever. Stop doing that. Crazy motherfucker.
Pretty much everyone else.
What's gonna happen?
Marginalized groups.
We're good.
LGBTQ plus people.
You're gonna be alright, buddy. Chill out.
Anyone who isn't
Holy shit. Yeah, you said your piece. Everybody's got to be a farmer now or we're all going to die. What are we doing? It's these cities that are fucking everything up for us. Goddamn cities. You know where most of the money comes from in the world?
Especially when someone like Donald Trump is in charge.
We're kind of running the fucking show here.
Who has
the cities.
Broken property for the sake of proving a point. A point that the Congress apparently gave him a pass over. And that cannot stand according to the Constitution. We know what the Constitution says, and it is up to the Supreme Courts to uphold that.
Grow a spine, Congress.
Oh, grow a spine, Congress, indeed. And I know and I believe that because I'm in such a privileged position, it is all the more my duty to look out for everyone around me right here.
It is better to be self-reliant, but we're gonna be all right, dude. He's fear-mongering Trump going into office, just like these people are. He's one of them.
Only truth tellers, please.
One of them. One of them. He's just a prepper, one of them.
Okay, I'm also in the United States Navy.
He didn't say he didn't vote for Harris.
14 years, United States Navy.
Anybody that voted for Trump's not going to not say
Let me ask you guys a question.
he didn't vote for Harris.
Do you think we got here by accident?
They do that
Do you
for
think
us.
that we got to this place in time by accident?
No, 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 no.
Okay, let me explain some of the operatives we got here. Well, there's about 150 billionaires around the world that control the world's economy.
He wanted to be the first black one president. He was ready.
And those billionaires are puppet masters.
Oklahoma, that's progressive as fuck, man. Shit.
Puppet masters here in Congress. And if you think
Their neighbors,
for
though?
1 second that these people here in Congress don't have strings attached to them, they do. Why do they have strings attached to them? Well, they have strings attached to them because they want to be reelected. They want to stay and make cushy jobs. I don't know if anybody here has had a...
Hey, baby girl, what are you doing?
All the bells and whistles. You're treated like a prince, a duke, an earl.
That's why I'm saying he's one of the very few Democrat preppers. The prepping thing is definitely more of a Trump thing.
Who wouldn't want to keep a job?
That's why it was
like that?
confusing.
Let's say you're a new guy. Mr. Smith goes to Washington. You're a new guy. You go and come into Washington and you want to make changes. You really want to make changes. And then you run into the guys who've been there all these years and say, look, guy, I can appreciate your position, but...
I think we might have lost a viewer, folks.
We own this house. We own these committees. You're going to do what we say. So those strings are all attached to them. And the reason why they're saying that is because the billionaires that I talked about, they're controlling them. They're saying, hey, look, unless you want to be primaried, unless you want to not make the next election, unless you want to keep this cushy job, are you going to do things the way that we want you to do them? So as a result, the billionaires, including Donald Trump, he's one of them. Now the thing about Donald Trump is this. He's a billionaire, but he's a billionaire that's trying to join the social elite. They don't want him. They don't want him because he's a useful idiot. They want to use him as a tool. They want to use him as a tool to go ahead and exact whatever it is they want to do. I mean, Russia's the
What is
same way.
that?
Putin doesn't respect him. Putin sees him as a tool. He sees him as a tool that he can manipulate. All you got to do is tell Donald Trump, hey, look, your hair looks good, and you too can be Secretary of State. Okay? So,
Bro, if anybody can see through flattery, it's Donald Trump. You know what I mean? He's he's the ultimate flatterer. I don't think he gets flattered very easily. Does that make sense?
they know he's a useful idiot. So all these people, all these billionaires out there know this. They know that these guys in Congress can be manipulated by threatening them with their jobs. So if you think that these guys are going to come out, they've already made whatever decision they want to make right now. We are out here in solidarity to make sure that these guys are held, their feet is held to the fire, and that I hope it works in regards. But keep in mind, a lot of these guys are on puppet strings. They're being manipulated by the billionaires, and they're going to make the decision based on not what the American people want, but based on what their own greed for money and power.
See, okay, no, wait. See, Savage's fucking argument. What Savage is actually arguing is that the tariffs won't work at all in the way that Trump says they will, and that they won't get the tariffs if they just put their factory in America. And guess what? Guess what will happen then, Savage? Well, it will be being produced here now. Because they won't want the fucking tariff. Have you not been were you half watching what the fuck's going on, or only watching what the Democrats say about it? I'm sorry, I had to think about that for a second. I got a lot going on here. I got the cat, I got this I want to do, I got him I'm trying to listen to. Got a Democrat in chat, doesn't happen often. Gotta take advantage of it.
Especially Donald Trump. So when he gets in there and he decides he wants to make things happen, he's going to do it in his own best interest. And the people who support him don't realize. They don't realize that they're not. It's not.
You can't see Savage's comments. They blocked you. Then that's why. What? Wait, did they delete some of them? No. Yeah, he must have blocked you. You didn't like something you said, man.
I tell us I have a TikTok podcast that I do. As a matter of fact, I was up there for about 2 hours, from 10 o'clock to about 12 o'clock, and I was giving a live.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything.
And I was cut off by TikTok.
It's 11:59. 7 minutes.
I got a little bit too deep in the weeds, and they decided to cut me off. And they cut me off because when you get too close to the truth, it's like, hey, no, you can't say that. So anyway. So my idea on all this is, I came down here because I wanted to make my voice heard, because I want my children to know 5 years from now, 10 years, hey Dad, what did you do in this time in our lifetime? What did you do to come out here? Now, what did you do to push back against this guy? And I'm saying, well, I sat home, watch TV. Now, there's a lot of people at home who want to be here, and I talk to them on my live, I talk to them on my streams, and these guys.
Why would his kid's probably gonna be embarrassed by this shit in the future, Dad? Like, you're not in the majority of people here, and if you look at the type of people that said that they were gonna vote for Harris, they look like they don't give a shit if our country goes to hell. Actually, most of them, like they didn't even know why they were voting for her. They're like, I want a woman. I want to see don't you want to see a black woman in office? That would be great. Give her a chance. Give her a shot. It's like, what? You're not even paying attention to politics, and you're voting for this person. Why vote if you're not paying attention? Just stay out of it at that point.
Want to be here, but they just can't be here. Besides, as I said, a number of reasons why. It was short notice. It takes a lot of money to get here. Luckily, I live in the area, so I can come down here. But there are a lot of people who don't have that opportunity. So, but as I said, the truth hurts. But keep in mind, these people in Congress, a lot of them are manipulated, especially the guys on the other side of the aisle. I'd like to think that people on the other side of the aisle, or the blue, have some morals and scruples and are looking out for the best interests of the country. I would like to believe that. I do believe it, and I would like to continue to believe that. The other guys are just bought and paid for. These guys are bought and paid for.
Was that a good meow?
They know who this guy is. Anyone, a blind man can see who this guy is.
I could make a GIF of that. I mean, a sound command. If it was good.
Because of money, power, greed, and political ambitions. Okay? That's my 2 cents, and hello to everybody on TikTok, and my daughters, and my wife. Thanks.
I was told to grab the mic and grab the mic.
Okay.
Hi. Yeah. Don't want to talk too loud. Yeah, I woke up this morning.
Do I need to clip that, dude? To have it? Because it's hard to get her to. Hold on. I can't press play. Oh, there it goes.
Have some morals and scruples and are looking out for the best interests of the country. I would like to believe that. I do believe it, and I would like to continue to believe it, because I'd like to think that people on the other side of the aisle, or the blue, have some morals and scruples and are looking out for the best interests of the country. I would like to believe that. I do believe it, and I would like to continue to believe that. The other guys are just bought and paid for. These guys are bought and paid for.
Was that a good meow?
They know who this guy is. Anyone, a blind man can see who this guy is.
I could make a GIF of that. I mean, a sound command. If it was good.
Because
I want it to be. Where's I can make Why can't I make it smaller? As small as I can make it.
I'd like to think that people on the left side of the aisle or the blue have some morals and scruples and are looking out for the best interests of the country. I would like to believe that. I do believe it, and I would like to continue to believe that. The other guys are just bought and paid for. These guys are bought and paid for.
Is that a good meow?
They know who this guy is. Anyone, a blind man can see who this guy is.
I could make a GIF of that. I mean, a sound command with that if it was good. I can't make it any shorter for some reason. Did that go somewhere? Where the hell did that go? That's the first time I've ever done one of those. Uploading meow. Oh, interesting. I've never done that. It's called highlight. Create a highlight video.
Decision on this 14th Amendment that's stopping this happening. Mentioned that if you're an enemy of our Constitution, then you're an enemy of our constitutional republic.
Exactly.
So all you have to do is establish that Donald Trump is the enemy of our Constitution, which I don't believe would be too hard to do.
It's done. It is already.
He's also an agent of a foreign principle,
Yes,
and that's
he is.
not hard to figure out either. And since he's not registered, that makes him a secret agent of a foreign principle. All right, so if you go out of your way to make some plain English into some strange ruling that's above and beyond anything logical, then you're aiding and providing comfort for an enemy, and that is exactly what treason is.
Yes, exactly.
So we have 5 Supreme Court justices that already have committed treason, and it pretty well can see this is a grand conspiracy to overtake our country.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So if anybody is going to qualify this person who's also a pathological liar, a narcissist, and a psychopath, and he, yes, and you're going to qualify this person who's an insurrectionist, a pathological liar, a narcissist, and a psychopath,
Sexual predator.
to be in charge of the most power in the whole world. Trust me, you are committing treason.
Yes, yes, yes.
And that's what I have to say. I'm sure it just came to me. Okay, remember, this is where we're pushing on the 6th. So we got to get it together so we can present it rock solid. Okay? Thank you.
Just to follow up, the Supreme Court did not overturn Colorado's finding that Trump is an insurrectionist. Is anybody here from Colorado?
I grew up there.
Well, certainly. Thank you, Colorado, for that case.
Illinois, Maine.
And Illinois and Maine, yeah.
Maine and Michigan.
That's true.
They're in the House. They both sound.
Quite right, the second impeachment. And also, heard of a little thing called the January 6th Committee?
Thank you, Simon. Sweet piece food.
Let's not forget that either. Just a slight correction. I actually came in 2 nights ago. It feels a little longer than that.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the rest of this proceedings. If you don't mind vacating the area off of the stairs, that way we can get the speakers up here and they can get the attention that they actually deserve. Okay, great. You know, everybody don't mind going down off the stairs.
Great.
Check on two.
So, I'm live on YouTube here. That's the name of my channel. Oh, nice. Yeah. YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Use the number 2 here. Thank you.
The gentleman that has been filming right here, if you go up to his badge and get the information on his badge, you'll be able to see all of the comments that were made here, by the group right here, and he is streaming live right now. Are you?
The outlet is called News to Share. News the number 2. It's called News to Share. News the number 2 share.
.com?
On Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Everyone got that?
Okay. News the number 2 share.
Okay. It was live. So if you want to call somebody and tell them it's going to be live again, correct?
It just stays there.
Oh, it stays there. Yeah, but I'm saying
you can rewatch it anytime.
When this event goes through.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have anybody at home that wants to watch right now and see what's going on when the event actually the speakers start, you can tell them to go to that site and watch it live right now. Does anyone know if the official organizers here have a link that they can share right now that they're doing? Does anyone know a link that can be shared? It's really important that you can text your friends and text people a link so they can see what's happening live right now. So if there's anyone that can hear my voice that knows the official link.
There is live streaming happening at the end.
There is?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can we have that link, or can someone tell us what that link is?
News to Share. If you go to YouTube.
What we just said?
If you go to YouTube, News to Share, it shows up as streaming live, and it's about a half-second delay from what we're saying for it showing up on YouTube.
News with the number 2. News to Share with the number 2, not spelled, but any news and then the number 2 and then share.
If you just go to YouTube, if you go to YouTube and search for News to as a number,
These
share,
people are generally retarded.
It shows up as streaming live right now.
Holy shit! How many times do these people have to be told?
Share link. I mean, it's confusing because shares
actually retarded.
But you share the News to Share link from YouTube. Yeah, all right, thank you.
What? Dude, they're gonna show up to his chat and be like, what the fuck? Because most of the people that watch News to Share are extremely right-leaning, and they aren't afraid to let all the vulgarity flow, and he doesn't ban anybody. There's no mods.
I know people were...
They're gonna really love it over there, I'm sure.
How do we find out our senator? How do we find out our congressman? How do we find out where their office is?
I'm surprised he doesn't get, like, jumped every now and then. But he's so good at putting it all in the chat and being right in the middle with it. He's so good at that. He's a little bit right-leaning, just a little bit maybe, but like he never really makes it super apparent.
House.gov. That one you can, it gives all Republican and Democrat. House.gov for any House representative. For Congress,
you guys are lying around here. We'd have to have a mod.
It's Senate.gov. House.gov and Senate.gov. Okay? Any more technical information or anything that you want to share? There's only 16 more days before January 20. If something happens and something doesn't go through on the 6th, if we don't block it then it's only 14 more days after that. What can happen? What can we do between the 6th and the 20th? So if anyone has any technical information on where to share ideas or where to share information, how to keep in touch with each other. Someone approached me and they wanted to have my name so they could add it to a list of contacts of the people who wanted to be contacted. Is someone here that asked me that question, and so they can be on a list that in keeping track of everybody here. I see that gentleman. Does anyone know a list that you'd want to put your name or information on so you can get information about this event? I know that our official site, March. Now March, I'm sure is going to have some information, but if anyone knows anything else.
One last thing, guys, I apologize. They have asked for you to move down one more plane. Right now we're blocking the actual camera that has the live shot. We want to make sure that everybody is able to get in here, speakers and all. So if you don't mind just going right down there for me, we would greatly appreciate it.
Okay, so there is a camera behind us that's giving a live shot. So from time to time, some people that are in the center right here, can you just please turn on and monitor in case someone is blocking or making some weird, stupid thing in front of the camera? So kind of self-monitor this little aisle corridor right here. So make sure that the people who are watching aren't distracted by anything that happens from this camera.
Oh, guys, I'll be right back.
Any more information that people would like to share or questions they would like to have answered? Yes.
Yeah, so as a young American, I just wanted to know that if, okay, so hopefully in the Trump administration, Valve will finally update TF2. Thank you.
Try not to give in comments about, anything just other than the questions and answers.
Yeah, there's a People's March on January 18th as well. That is one of here in Washington, D.C. There will be more information.
What's this music doing there, man?
It's a women's march.
What's
Yes, it started as a
happening?
women's march. Yep. So womensmarch.com.
Dude.
Womensmarch.com.
Why are they ruining it with the music?
I just have one comment about what to do after the 20th. What I'm going to do, I ask everyone to remember what John Lewis
Get away from the music, buddy.
on.
On.
Good trouble. What I plan on doing after the 20th. Good trouble. So that's what you
He's actually going to just stand right next to the music and stay there.
Thank you so much for the person who came from Canada.
Why?
She brought a big stack of signs that she handmade for us, at least 15, 20, I'm guessing. Is that about right? Could you just say a little bit about something? You told me about how you care about your friends on the side of the border. Just come up with something, yes.
I mean, the American founders basically they fought against the autocrats. They fought against oligarchs. Our grandfathers fought the fascists, and our fathers fought against Russia. Well, now, basically all of those are taking over your country. They have actually made you believe that you are supposed to revere all of these criminals, these fascists, and basically the insurrectionists, in order to have make your America great again. Whereas it's really, you're handing them over all of your money and your country, your freedom, just for nothing. You're going to be very poor. You're giving up your freedom and your place in the world. Everybody is basically asking me, like people from the Netherlands, people from Europe, people from Canada, are Americans really this stupid? Are they really this dumb?
Wow.
And it's like, well, it would appear that half of them actually are. They actually have been made to believe that this is what they're supposed to do in order to make their country greater, and whereas really this is how they are going into the swamp. So in order to make your country great again and actually uphold your constitution, that an insurrectionist cannot be your president.
I just wanted to say a couple things that have been on my mind. I think about what Trump says himself. He says that I can lie to the American people. As long as he says, I didn't do it, that he will get away with it. The American people do not, they're not being fed truthful information. I come from Billings, Montana. It is a very red state. We don't have any Democratic representatives, and in my state, my family, they believe that the Republican Party stands for America. They stand for capitalism, which to them is what America is. But they're living in a reality where it's 1960 and the economy is good and everything is, corporations are expanding is really good. But if you look at our climate, then you should see that it is getting colder, it is getting warmer. We're not having as much snow. In Montana, we used to have a lot of snow when I was a kid, but we get 1 week of snow. There's nothing. We are letting these people that want to run our country, run our earth into the ground for corporate profits.
Okay, just one last thing that I think we're missing right now. There's a person who I was hoping to meet, and I think we know who we're talking about. Jessica Denson. Jessica Denson has been a voice for the voiceless who think things are impossible. Let me say that again. Jessica is here. Jessica, I'm going to say that again, is a voice for the voiceless, for those who think things are impossible. How many people know Jessica's story?
This music fucks me up a little bit.
Okay, how many people do not know what
ruins it for me at the same time?
People didn't know. When you go to the story, you're going to find out that she filed a lawsuit on her own against Donald Trump's organization for the campaign 2016.
It's not doing it for me like it was with this music there now. I don't want to be here anymore.
The voice for the voiceless came from this lady right here.
I'm leaving now. The music's pissing me off, dude. It's controlling the narrative. It's like it's. I don't like what it's doing. There shouldn't be any music for some shit like that. She should sue them for using her music there.
Was intense as well. A fun one. The intense ones are always good, you guys.
Oh, did I get up fast enough to not start a new stream?
Someone says, let me see. Some of the comments are rolling pretty fast. J6, you guys, J6, free the J6ers.
Alright. I gotta stop playing with this camera. Breaking shit. I was trying to put a blur over it so I wouldn't have to turn the camera off when I dabbed, but I'm just going to do that.
BCP
Bye.
has been showing the truth since the summer of love in 2020. Yeah.
I have that in there somewhere, but
yeah, a lot of
when I use those effects,
really,
I gotta be careful. If I use the wrong one, it kicks me off.
To be honest with you guys.
Locks it up.
A lot of blank stairs. Third honk. I agree. Detta says that President Trump does not make freeing political prisoners, he'll be the worst mistake supporters made. It will show if he cares for his supporters or not. 100% agree. Like I said, that should be the very first thing he does. The very first thing he does. And he should actually, even since he didn't have or go see them, he should actually have his own rally for them, and recognizing them or honoring them on stage at one of his rallies.
It's going a little too far. You can't do that. That's just stupid. You can't celebrate them doing what they did, but you can, like, I guess, say that time is served.
Getting back to the
saying
point,
time is served isn't
like Brooke
really
said
saying
earlier,
they did zero
at the
wrong.
beginning, it was just more to bring awareness, obviously,
Celebrating
to
them is.
happened, what's taking place.
Horrified to be like any connection to that, but it's like it's an offshoot of that. But the and the Lady Gaga, she considers herself to be modern day Belle. This is somebody that worships reacting like sexual.
Oh, that guy's lip. Is that Bubba from? Boy, you get that thing called a tripwire. Tuck that thing in.
Look at some of the looks. You guys trying to look. He's trying to look through the snow peak mountain.
Look.
Through the hills.
Oh.
He gave it a thumbs up.
Beautiful signs. Beautiful signs I got there. Handmade from the heart. That's made with love.
It should be a stain on his presidency if he doesn't free the J6ers. They were politically persecuted for supporting Trump. They should have never been arrested to begin with. I agree.
What? Y'all are, some people are just retarded on this shit though. They shouldn't have been arrested at all for going in, like, for violently pushing themselves into a building we were told not to go into. No, they shouldn't have any kind of punishment at all. I agree. What are you talking about, fucking weirdo? You can't do that. As we were watching, I was like, what the fuck are they doing, man?
The people who are outside.
Holy shit, they're actually trying to get in there.
Get it into their hands so that they can.
It wasn't the thing where I was like, oh, of course they can. They can go in there. It's a people's house.
Citizens here in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and the surrounding area.
It's still illegal.
Support them.
Should they be in prison for 20 years for it? Probably not.
Thank you, Fred. Good to see you on here. Thank you guys for following and sharing this again. If I can miraculously make anything happen and get to DC for the 20th, I will be there. I know most of the hotels are probably booked up. Flights are probably even more expensive now than they were a month ago. But
this is kind of silly, though. Like, what are people in Idaho going to do about this? How is, like, why does Quincy even know about 10 people in Idaho walking on the street?
Again, you guys, if you're in the area of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, make sure you guys public house. Come support the business.
You're not in wartime. Yeah. So that's why you move to that way. And put us into military warfare. So that all these people can be held accountable.
You come here.
My public house. Oh, my man Ethan. I know Ethan. Yes.
Yo, Quincy, what up, dude?
How you doing?
How's it going?
Good.
I saw your post this morning. I was like,
Come check it out.
Yeah, I might as well.
Yeah.
You guys gonna go walk
I
around
think
again,
Simon wanted to come in here. They need to sleep out there.
And then I did one loop and I came back
Should
and I was
get
like,
in.
shit.
Oh, yeah. They started at noon, right? Noon.
Oh yeah, I got down here about 12:10, so it's kind of.
Okay.
But I figured it's gonna do a TikTok out here. There's enough people walking around. Just ask them what J6 means to them.
You should see the dirty looks we've got.
Oh, dude, I watched.
You watched it?
I watched a couple of those. Especially that last group was like.
Yeah. You should go do that.
But dude, it's so much fun because I mean, obviously, because you were there at not last year, but. I was walking through just taking pictures because I enjoy it because it's
right.
You get
and how they surrounded them. And...
Well, you get so many pictures of like people just. I mean, it's colorful anyways, and usually you get people with raw emotion even though they have no idea what they're mad about.
Yes, right.
But it was so much fun because I was walking through there just because I'll get the occasional picture. I got the picture of the girl rainbowed out with the handguns last year, and 3 years ago, and people freaking lost their minds. It was the same day as the U-Haul truck down here.
Okay, yeah.
And the girl was twin strapped with, she had twin Glocks in like a cross, like a little X sling like that. And I posted, I lost 100 followers, gained 100 followers, I got shared 100 times.
Right.
People just, 100 followers, gained 100 followers, I got shared 100 times.
Right.
People just,
You never know what's.
If people react to it, you're doing your job right. Right. So this last time around, though, that guy was doing his thing. And he was yelling. I mean, it was, it's the flies of both sides, or the vinegar of both sides. You don't attract anybody with, And so there was these two guys that literally just kissed right in front of me. So I got this picture for.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, because the two guys were right.
Yeah. It's probably one of my favorite.
Yeah, I like that picture.
In terms of because he shared it. The two guys shared it.
I shared it.
North Idaho News, I told them, or not North Idaho News, but the North Idaho Pride shared it. They had asked me to leave, because I was wearing an American flag sweatshirt. And
so they told you to leave.
They told me to leave. They said that they didn't think I would represent their views correctly.
They felt unsafe.
Yes. Well, and it was super funny and then they turned around and followed me afterwards.
Right.
And it was the biggest show of hypocrisy I've ever seen from both sides. I found the hypocrisy all in one picture. But
oh man,
I'll see you, Simon.
I might. Yeah, I got a few minutes. I got off at work an hour early. So
you should go do that. I'd love to see that. I would share it.
I don't want consent state, so I'm in the party consent state, so you don't have to have permission, and they can't tell you not to post this. I took it to TikTok. Anybody else down here in the
No.
In the know, I don't know.
haven't seen nobody.
Okay. Lily's the other one that's
He's pretty active. I haven't seen her.
It's funny because I met her one time. It was like, oh, it's a videographer. And then I saw her stuff. I'm like, yeah, she's actually what she does.
I want to ask him something. I was going to ask you about Ethan, so go ahead.
So I was just sharing the story about how I met Ethan.
How'd you meet Ethan?
So Ethan,
the punch heard around the world.
Punch heard around the world, and so sure enough, I'm working out at the local gym, and I see this guy walk past me. And I go, man, he looks familiar. And next thing you know, I walk past each other again. Gosh darn it, where did I know that guy from? So I ended up going to change clothes after we worked out, or after I worked out, and guess who?
He showed you how to work out, didn't he?
Yeah. He can push some weight around.
Yes, he can.
And so he was in the
Rufio, you guys, Rufio.
Yeah, he was. This is just a weird story because I don't want to sound weird, but he was coming out of the shower with his wrap on, and I just said, "Man, how do I know you?" He said, "Oh, you probably saw me on YouTube, that cool thing." And I said, "Hey, you know what? That was a great punch, but I know why you were there. You were there protecting people, helping them, have the right to protest without getting hit or something."
So in case you guys don't know what he's talking about, the punch, that was the one in Portland, Oregon, Antifa and my Yellow Jacket boys, when they were there and the big altercation happened in Portland, and Ethan was protecting people and he got hit with the asp and blocked it with his forearm, and then after he blocked it, he gave just a little love tap and someone fell.
Yeah, but it was a beautiful shot. The point, though, was the proud boyfriend, and I know, like Sid, knowing Ethan personally, he was there just to protect, people that were doing what we just did today.
Right.
And that video was a reflection of what he was protecting people from. So
right.
That's what I thanked him for when I met him. So we just kind of connected.
And where'd you meet him at? I mean, you said at the gym, but was it?
Just a gym in Kent, Washington.
Okay, yeah, over on the west side. Yeah, yep.
Exactly. And so
Seattle chapter.
So then I would just bump into him periodically, and I was just sharing the fact that I took my sister, who's had some health problems. So she wanted to go to it was like a protest up in Mount Lake Terrace, I think it was, and so Ethan was there, and so we started talking. I introduced him to my sister, and something about BLM or Antifa was going to show up or something like that. So I was worried about my sister, so I said, hey, we probably should leave. So I said goodbye to Ethan. We started walking out, and
he walked with you. Yep.
Yeah, he sent 3 guys over, and they said, hey, Ethan said that he wanted to make sure that you and your sister
got your car. Yep.
So that's the kind of guy Ethan is, and that's why I'm here. That's why, especially I've been following a little bit about what they've been doing to him, and if I'm understanding it correctly, solitary confinement, crappy food.
I think 18 years.
What's that? And he got a ridiculous sentence.
Yeah.
And so that's my testimony about Ethan, and that's why I'm here, and that's
awesome.
That's what it's all about.
Awesome. Yeah, me and Ethan were good friends, man.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you know him.
Oh yeah. Of course.
He's an awesome guy, and that's
part of the boys, man.
I'm sticking to it. Yeah. So it's just not right, especially with all the news coming out with how things really went down. And for anyone that's questioning this, I don't really care what side of the fence you are on.
Right.
The real point is just do some homework, understand the dynamics of what happened that day. I was fortunate enough, blessed enough, where I was watching multiple. It's just what I do. I was watching multiple streams of what was going on. And you could see there were things going on that just weren't right.
Yeah.
And
how old is
I think he's in his 30s. Might be. Yeah.
I'm 30 though, right?
And he's been there how long?
Well, at least
4 years.
4 years now.
At least 4 years. But he just got sentenced last year.
So
he just got sentenced last year.
So my hope and prayer is that the new administration will do the right thing. And
as I've been saying today, I mean, I think it should be the number one thing he does on that day. The very first thing he does is that. I think that will set the tone of showing the American people where he's at.
I'd like to see some fireside chats on Sundays too. Get real with people.
Yep.
But I appreciate what you're doing.
Of course.
I appreciate you taking time with me.
Of course.
All right. Take care.
Yes. Yep. Well, I'm gonna go outside real quick and sign off, say goodbye to you guys, and thank you guys for watching for the past hour. In case you guys were wondering who I was talking to a few minutes ago, you can follow. Go. Jimmy Carter's funeral. I thought it was starting. Oh, that's taking forever to start.
And I say to the mayor, it's not too late. It is not too late to listen to the voice of the people.
They came by the busload and later by air. New arriving migrants grew from hundreds to more than 50,000 in 2 years.
I not feel safe. We don't feel safe in our houses.
Prompting pushback with an undercurrent of tension.
You all have taken up our resources.
A sanctuary city shouldering an unprecedented crisis.
This is the time for Chicago to shine.
Millions of dollars poured into opening new shelters and providing care.
We picking and choosing who we take care of.
As we press for answers on why millions of public dollars meant for a crisis flowed to private industry.
We have given an accurate account of how dollars have been spent.
That's it? Is there anything that would preclude your administration from sharing that level of detail?
There's no information that has been kept from you.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm investigative reporter Bennett Haverly. For nearly 2 years, we've reported on Chicago's unprecedented migrant crisis. 51,000 people bused or flown here, many at the direction of Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Once they arrived, the city placed them into police stations and later shelters at a cost that ballooned to more than $500 million. In following the money, we uncovered a lack of transparency in how those public dollars were being spent and how migrants were treated. So we'll start there with a look back at our reporting on shelter conditions and the death of a 5-year-old child.
En la 2241 house.
This migrant woman once lived at the city's most crowded shelter on South Halsted. She asked not to be identified out of fear of reprisal.
Mira, te voy a contar mi situación.
When her son got sick with a fever in October, she says the people in charge told her to let them know when he is really sick and they'd call an ambulance, but she'd need $1,000. It was money she didn't have. While grateful to the city for the shelter, her family left after witnessing the December death of 5-year-old Jean Carlos Martinez Rivero. The Cook County Medical Examiner revealed that Jean Carlos died from a blood infection known as sepsis due to strep. COVID and 2 other viral infections were listed as contributing factors. Records show he had a history of recent fevers and had taken over-the-counter medication, but there's no mention that Jean Carlos saw a doctor in the days before having a seizure and being found unresponsive at the shelter. These newly obtained documents show evidence of strep was found in the boy's blood, liver, and spleen, indicating a widespread bacterial infection.
I don't know of anyone who's been working with this population that has felt like we have done a great job, particularly with regard to screening and medical care.
Volunteers like Annie Gomberg have been critical of the city's response.
In my estimation, there's always been a gap. The need has always dwarfed the effort, and there has always been insufficient coordination.
NBC5 Investigates found that Jean Carlos was one of hundreds of migrants last fall who sought emergency medical care. Through a series of Freedom of Information Act requests, we examined thousands of city records that found, as far back as October, the city was aware that overcrowding shelters could put both migrants and the staff at higher risk of contagious illnesses. Those same records also note that a lack of space within the shelter system created challenges with placing people and getting them their initial health care. From late October to January, as the city worked to clear police stations, shelters like Halsted ballooned from 1,000 to more than 2,500 people. For the month of November alone, records NBC5 Investigates obtained show there were at least 272 medical runs to shelters and police districts. 86 involved children. At least 27 of the runs mentioned a patient with a fever. While medical providers were placed at shelters, city records show they were only on site 1 to 2 times a week. Migrants we spoke to outside the Halsted shelter said that created a bottleneck of patients not being seen. They told me since the boy's death, responses to their medical needs have improved, but they're still getting bills, like this one for $1,600 from Cook County Health. The woman who shared it with me said she has no means to pay it. We questioned Mayor Johnson about our findings. Knowing all that, could your office have done a better job of addressing the health needs of migrants?
Well, first of all, I've expressed my condolences and my deep sorrow for the loss of this baby boy. You know, as far as, the health care that we have provided along with the county, of course we've had our challenges. That was never a secret. People were arriving in the city of Chicago in a very extreme. It just wasn't right the way people were arriving here, and we were responding to it to the best of our ability.
It's hard for me to think that professionals, that people who work in this field, that work in the field of public health, that work in medicine, would say that this is the best of our ability.
By February, the city knew it was spending $1.5 million per day, and that sheltering close to 15,000 people was unsustainable, especially without additional federal money. As a result, the city instituted a 60-day stay limit and began evicting people. At the same time, we were still demanding answers on where all the money was going.
We have given an accurate account of how dollars have been spent.
That's it? Is there anything that would preclude your administration from sharing that level of detail?
There's no information that has been kept from you.
More on that when we return. Watching Cost of a Crisis. By March of this past year, the city announced it would begin evicting migrants from shelters. City aldermen argued to push back against that deadline amid the cold weather.
Fucking used closing the fucking door to hide the fact that she was jumping out. Couldn't see.
Mayor Brandon Johnson on stage in early March.
Ate all of his food.
I want you to apply today.
To promote a summer jobs program, initially sidestepped questions about if the city would once again postpone the impending deadline for migrants to leave the shelters.
The city has twice or 3 times pushed the deadline back. Are you prepared to do that again?
We're compassionate people. I got you.
I'm just
I get you.
No.
Oh, don't say that to him.
No, it's okay. But is it okay if I say that we are compassionate people, though? Do I have your permission to say that?
Mayor, it does. It just doesn't answer the question.
So it's not okay that I let people know that Chicago is compassionate? Let me just say it, though, okay? Thank you. We are compassionate people. And so we're doing everything in our power to demonstrate compassion. Now, as far as whether or not we will extend deadlines, we haven't gotten to that point. All right?
The mayor's spokesman later confirmed that the first wave of migrants will be asked to leave starting on March 16th. Those reaching their 60-day limit will have the opportunity to re-enter the shelter system. But Johnson told reporters the city's main goal is to resettle as many people as possible. Are you guys seeing the demand for this ramp up as we approach this deadline?
Yeah, absolutely.
Charlotte Long works with the Sanctuary Working Group, a grassroots organization helping a small number of migrant families find housing, and with the help of grant funding, is paying their rent. The resources are finite. Charlotte says finding landlords willing to take on migrants who are eager to work but have no steady income is challenging. Do you worry that people will end up on the street?
Absolutely, absolutely. You already see the amount of migrants I see selling candy has tripled in the last few months. Children selling candy, because literally the family doesn't have any other option.
This family we met outside Union Station told NBC5 Investigates they were flown here from Texas months ago.
Physically grounded.
They don't have work permits and are currently renting a room.
Dude, they had their kids selling fucking candy on the shit bridge going to Tijuana when I was in the service, like early 2000s. So, it's not like they come here and all of a sudden they got a different set of fucking job skills or something. Like, that's what they're good at, selling shit on the side of the road, and they got their kids doing it. That's what they do. They didn't come here and just start doing that. No, I wasn't paying attention either. I let her shut the door, and then I didn't think that's what I didn't think she was trying to do that all this time, was hide from. And apparently that's it. I didn't think she could even jump up the thing if the door was that close to it like that. I don't know.
For $600 a
She
month.
ate an entire can of his food, though.
I think about their names all the time. If I'm driving around the neighborhood and I see a for rent sign, like I call it immediately because I can't stop thinking about
physically
housing and shelter. I can't stop thinking about where are they going to stay.
According to the city, as of late January, roughly 1,000 migrants
You don't even let
obtained
me
work
press on
permits.
your stomach. It's
Of the
so
14,000 that were in shelter at the peak of winter,
hell,
only
dude? I can't
7,500
keep
were
her from
eligible
fucking
for
getting
state-funded rental assistance. Charlotte's worry is that as the migrant population decreases in
I
city
reduce her
shelters,
fucking food and she just finds a way to get more. How annoying, dude.
increase the number of Chicago's homeless.
I don't want to watch this anymore. I'm actually going to leave now, y'all. I'm tired of being here. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been great. I mean, thanks for hanging out, Ted, Sister T, anybody else, everybody else. Thank you and goodbye. All right.
Another one.